like to call this regular meeting of the Yuba City Council to order on October 5th, 2021. Virtual information. The governor has declared a state of emergency to exist in California as a result of the threat of COVID-19. While the governor recently issued executive orders N-07-21, which lifted certain orders and associated restrictions, there are still public health directives in place. Executive Order N-08-21 also allows local legislative bodies to continue to hold meetings via conference calls while still meeting state transparency requirements. The public's health and well-being are the top priority for the city of Yuba City, and you're urged to take all appropriate health and safety precautions. How to participate in the virtual meeting. The meeting is utilizing Zoom application for this live broadcast. For this meeting, we will be using the questions and answers functionality of this tool in order to accommodate public comment. On your device, the question and answer section of the app is located at the bottom of your Zoom screen. For those that would like to comment during this meeting, please enter your comment into the question and answers portion of the app and be sure to state the items that you will be commenting on. During the public comment of each item, staff will read aloud the comments provided by the public for all to hear for that specific item. May I have roll call, please?
Mayor Boomgarden?
I'm here.
Vice Mayor Shaw?
Here.
Councilmember Espandola? Councilmember Harris?
Here.
Councilmember Kirchner?
Here.
All right. Mr. City Attorney, would you mind reading the closed session items for us?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There are 3 items for closed session. The first item is item A, thrust of public services or facilities pursuant to Government Code Section 54957A, consultation with the city attorney and/or Yuba City Fire Chief, Police Chief, Director of Public Works, IT Manager, and City Manager. Closed session item B is conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation with significant exposure to litigation pursuant to paragraph 2 of Government Code Section 54956.9 subsection D1 case. Existing facts and circumstances for closed session consist of the receipt of a written threat of litigation by Matthew Rexroad on August 11, 2021 to the city clerk. The letter is available for public inspection. Item C is conference with legal counsel, initiation of litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D41 case.
All right. Any comments from council? Anybody from the public like to speak? You're waiting for the big meeting. Okay. Good to see you, by the way. All right. We're going to adjourn to closed session, and we will.
There's no public comment online.
Oh, well, thank you very much. You know, there will be a sub here pretty soon, so you won't have to do that. Thanks. Sierra, we all good to go? Okay. All right. Welcome, everybody. I'd like to call this meeting of the Yuba City City Council to order, October 5th, 2021. I have some information to read. The governor has declared a state of emergency to exist in California as a result of the threat of COVID-19. While the governor recently issued Executive Order N-07-21, which lifted certain orders and associated restrictions, there are still public health directives in place. Executive Order N-08-21 also allows local legislative bodies to continue to hold meetings via conference calls while still meeting state transparency requirements. The public's health and well-being are the top priority for the city of Yuba City, and you are urged to take all appropriate health and safety precautions. How to participate in the virtual meeting. This meeting is utilizing the Zoom application for the live broadcast. For this meeting, we will be using the questions and answers functionality of this tool in order to accommodate public comment. On your device, the question and answer section of the app is located at the bottom of your Zoom screen. For those that would like to comment during this meeting, please enter your comment into the question and answers portion of the app and be sure to state the item you will be commenting on. During the public comment of each item, staff will read aloud the comments provided by the public for all to hear for that specific item. Be timely with your questions, as once the public hearing is closed or the item has been discussed by council and voted on, no more comments will be accepted for that item. May I have roll call, please?
Mayor Boomgarden?
Here.
Vice Mayor Shaw?
Here.
Councilmember Espandola?
Here.
Councilmember Harris?
Here.
Councilmember Kirchner?
Here.
All right. This evening, we are pleased to have Police Department Chaplain Bob Fischetti, who will lead us in invocation and inspiration, and I'll ask Chief Brian Baker to lead us in the pledge, but we'll start with the invocation and inspiration by Bob Fischetti. Please rise.
I just want to say whenever I get asked to do this, I take it serious, and it's an honor to me that I be asked to pray. And I always feel like the decisions that have to be made by government are never easy. They're always difficult. They're always well thought out. And so, although I always pray for the community, specifically, I want to pray tonight for those in leadership and those having to make decisions. So, Father, I just thank you because you're so gracious. You make a way sometimes where there seems to be none. I ask for your peace and presence and protection. And I ask for wisdom, even beyond our capabilities and our understanding. And God, that you would lead and guide and cover and protect during these proceedings tonight. Amen.
Chief Baker. To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Chief. Mr. City Attorney, would you please report out on our closed session?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There was no reportable action taken in closed session. I would like to note for the record, however, that Councilmember Espandola was present at 5:07 p.m. and fully participated in all closed session items. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Agenda modifications. Any modifications by the council? Approval of the agenda? Need a few nods? Okay. I will make an ask right now. If you wouldn't mind, please placing your phones on silent or stun. Obviously, we have a lot of folks in here, and we have some important ceremonial presentations that we would like to make. First up is a Hispanic Heritage Month proclamation, and if I could have the council and the Hispanic Alliance join me up front. Is it working? Yes, it is. Well, before I get started, would you mind introducing the folks that are up here with us? Oh, this is Vera Correa.
Thank you, Mark. I'm glad you remembered. This is Debbie Miranda, Ann Fletcher, Debbie Porcayo. Oh my God, I am so sorry, Cora. Cora Garcia and Sonia Pimental. One of my favorites. Oh, Grace.
Thank you. Okay, who am I going to get to hand this to? Ah, perfect. So, Hispanic Heritage Month, September 15th to October 15th, 2021. Whereas the City of Yuba City is welcoming and inclusive and dedicated to improving the quality of life for those who we serve, and whereas what began in 1968 as the Hispanic Heritage Week under President Johnson and was expanded by President Reagan in 1988 to cover a 30-day period starting on September 15th, the United States observes Hispanic Heritage Month, and whereas Hispanic Heritage Month celebrates the histories, cultures, and contributions of those whose ancestors were indigenous to North America, as well as Spain, Mexico, the Caribbean, and Central and South America, and a few more whereases here. Whereas the purpose of Hispanic Heritage Month is to create awareness of the contributions of people of Hispanic heritage to the American culture. Many people of Hispanic heritage serve as civil rights leaders and community organizers, politicians, teachers, journalists, first responders, artists, healthcare professionals, athletes, inventors, entertainers, and much, much more. And whereas Hispanic Heritage Month is tied to the celebration of the rich tapestry of our community and reflects an array of distinct cultures. Now therefore be it resolved that I, Mark Boomgarden, Mayor of the City of Yuba City, and on behalf of our entire City Council and the City of Yuba City, do hereby proclaim September 15th to October 15th, 2021, Hispanic Heritage Month, and urge all residents to learn more about the cultures, people, traditions, and values that have positively enriched our community. We are very pleased to issue this proclamation and invite you to share some words with us, please.
Thank you, Mark. Again, my name is Vera Correa. I'm with the Alliance for Hispanic Advancement. We are very honored that the city has honored us with this proclamation. And I am very glad that we're being recognized, not just AHA, but all Hispanic nonprofits that really give back into the community. And hopefully on the coming years, every year during this Hispanic Heritage Month, we will see different nonprofits that I will try to make sure that they come and get honored for the same proclamation that we are receiving tonight. Thank you very much.
All right. We have another ceremonial presentation. We'd love to have Kim Crosby, 2020 Summer Paralympics bronze medalist, join us up front here. I saw her earlier. Okay. All right. The real medal, dude. Never sat it or stood next to anybody that's got an Olympic medal. I feel very, very privileged. I'm going to try to get through this proclamation here. Whereas Kim Crosby is native to the Yuba City area and a graduate of our own River Valley High School, and whereas she attended California State University Chico, go Wildcats, and successfully competed on the track and field team, and whereas she was selected for the second time to be a member of the USA Paralympic team in Tokyo, Japan in 2020, and whereas while competing in the T13 classification for athletes with a moderate visual impairment, Kim is a force to be reckoned with on the track. And whereas Kim Crosby has made the city of Yuba City and the United States of America very proud by bringing home 2 bronze medals in the women's T13 100 meters and 400 meters, and whereas her motto is limited sight, limitless dreams, Kim's positive spirit and perseverance is a true inspiration to us all. Now therefore be it resolved that I, Mark Baumgarten, Mayor of the City of Yuba City, and on behalf of the entire City Council and the City of Yuba City, do hereby commend Kim's outstanding athletic and personal accomplishments, and sincerely urge all residents of the City of Yuba City to join me in recognizing Kim Crosby for her success and dedication to the 2020 USA Paralympic team, and for representing the heart of Yuba Sutter on the world stage. Please accept this on behalf of the City Council, the proclamation that I just read, and we would certainly invite you to say a few words if you would like.
First, I want to thank everybody in the Yuba City area. I was born and raised here, and I have gotten so much outpour of love and support from you all, and I just really appreciate it. And I honestly couldn't have done it without you. And so thank you.
All right. All right. We'll move to agenda item number 3, public communication, appearance of interested citizens. You're welcome and encouraged to participate in this meeting. Public comment is taken on items listed on the agenda when they are called. Public comment on items not listed on the agenda will be considered at this time. Comments on controversial items may be limited, and large groups are encouraged to select representatives to express the opinions of their group. Members of the public will have 3 minutes to speak. Written requests received at least 24 hours prior to the meeting will be allotted 5 minutes to comment. At this point, I have 2 speaker cards and 1 written request, actually 1 speaker card. So I'm going to invite Catherine Kilgore to the podium. She will have 5 minutes, Sierra. If Catherine Kilgore is here. Give us a second to check the outside crowd. Ben's going out, Dan. Okay. All right. Well, we'll see if she can make it in. I have a speaker card from Mr. Jeff Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I didn't know I was going to have such a crowd here tonight, so this is working out really well.
All for you.
This is a Say Love request, and so as you know, this last month, Say Love worked quite extensively on parks, and we finished up Sutter Butte's Little League Park, or did a lot. We didn't finish it up. We worked over in Linden and Olivehurst on a couple parks, and we also worked down at the Feather River or Riverfront Park area on those 2 ballparks. And we're supposed to work a little bit more this coming week. And then at the end of our next Say Love event, Say Love would like to challenge all the council members, the staff of the city, the mayor, the supervisors. I got pretty much everybody here, so this is good. So we would love to challenge all of you to a baseball game down at Riverfront Park. So it will be Say Love against our local government and officials and police chiefs, sheriffs. So anyway, put it on your calendar. It's the last Saturday of this month, and I think you said you weren't going to be here, if I remember right. You've already ran away, so anyway, that's what I just like to challenge you all to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll see if we can draft some ringers.
The mayor, I was wondering if we all got drafted. What's the pick number? How are you picking us here? 1, draft 2? Nothing like that?
Okay. Did Catherine Kilgore make it in? If not, then we'll open it up to other people within the audience that would like to speak to us this evening on a non-agenda item. Okay, Sierra, anybody online?
No public comment.
Okay.
I do have one in the back.
Oh,
Slow entrance. Christopher Burritt, Yuba City resident. I was here back in May. I think you guys were talking about going into a new tier system, and we're going to be getting past this COVID-19, which is an acronym, stands for Coronavirus 2019. In other words, the common cold 2019. Now, I've been alive for 40 years. You can look it up right now. You can go to CDC website, look up what is the common cold virus. There's the rhinovirus, there's the coronavirus, there's a couple other viruses. It's the common cold. All this hysteria has been going on for the common cold. We don't have a governor right now. Governor Newsom, out. Done cheated, mail-in ballots, everything is ridiculous. You want to change the laws unconstitutionally, they are null and void. Null and void. And by the way, turn off that timer now because I'm exceeding my 3 minutes. I'm going to talk my constitutional mind and y'all going to listen. This is ridiculous. Ridiculous. You guys are either complicit, ignorant, or incompetent. Either way, you guys need to rectify what you guys have been doing, which we all know you're complicit because of everything that's going on in our city. You guys are our leaders. New leader. You guys have been here through the whole thing, and you guys have been going along with Gavin Newsom, with all the other mandates and requirements and everything. People have died. People have gotten sick. They're putting poisons into their body. They're not being told the entire story. I recommend everybody go to the CDC and look at the ingredients in these vaccines. It's poison. It's nanobot technology. And you guys are complicit in it. So every victim of this, you guys are responsible for. So weigh that on your heart. Police chief, your entire force. You guys do good. You guys are awesome. But here's the thing. You guys need to shift fire. You guys are targeting the citizens of this city. Period. You guys are not protecting us. Every poison vial that is out there on that street should be smashed and destroyed. Every entity, agency, corporation that is out there forcing their employees or coercing them or extorting them into taking this experimental drug, you should be there telling them this is not allowed in my city. You should be there telling him to tell the people that. You should be in there with your forces taking all that shit and destroying it. Those COVID test sites, PCR test. Does anybody do any research? Like literally read instead of watching news? Because
Chris?
if you read, you
Chris?
would know that the PCR test can find HIV in anybody if you raise it or lower it, depending
Chris.
on what you want. No.
no,
Stand by, I'm not done.
no, I'm
Stand
sorry.
by. You
No,
have had over 6 months
Chris.
to get your act together.
I respect what your beliefs.
Well, I don't respect what you've been doing to the people of Yuba City.
That's your, certainly it's your right to have your opinion. However,
Absolutely.
we have a rule of order within this
Yeah,
chambers.
great. The rule of order is not law.
Yeah, well, I'm telling you, the rule of order
Well,
within
it's
these
not
chambers,
law, and I'm going to speak.
please wrap up
and-
in 1 or 2 sentences.
Cool. How about 1 or 2 hours?
How about 1 or 2 sentences,
Yeah,
please?
well, you don't dictate what I say.
No, I don't, but I do dictate what happens within these chambers.
No, you can't even protect the citizens from outside
Chris,
entities.
we haven't done anything to the citizens of this city.
No, you haven't done anything to
Exactly.
protect them either.
We haven't done anything.
I know you haven't
You've heard
done
this
anything.
before.
That's what I'm saying.
Your time is up, okay?
No, I got one more thing to say about this marijuana stuff.
Okay? You can bring that up during the marijuana discussion.
I'll bring it up right now.
No,
since I'm up
please,
here.
please follow the orders for us.
Constitution of the United States, your First Amendment.
Chris,
Everybody has a right to their religion and a right to exercise it thereof. Genesis 1:29, Judeo-Christian, Torah, Bible. Every seed that comes from a plant is for us to use. Now, they can push out pharmaceuticals, oxycodone, fentanyl, all this other opiates and
Mr.
all this
Mayor?
stuff in pill form.
Hold on.
But if they don't want you to grow your own medicine,
Chris.
you might want to look at your leadership and say, hey, what the is going on in my country? When you can't grow your own medicine.
okay, we're going to have to shut the mic off, Chris. I'm sorry.
I don't care. I have a loud voice.
Yes, you do, but
Yeah.
we also don't want to turn this into a fiasco, okay? And I don't want to
Okay,
do
well,
that
then
to
what are
you.
you going to do about all this? Are you guys going to go in there and are you guys going to tell these corporations that are violating
Chris.
the constitutional rights of their employees?
If you-
they have a right to enslave and bondage
Chris, it's
their
clear,
employees?
it's clear you need to have a better understanding of the
Oh,
role
I
of the
have a
city
great understanding.
and what we're
Clearly,
doing.
You are complicit. You are
Chris.
complicit.
You know what? That's good. I appreciate your comments. Thank
Complicit.
you.
Gone, 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 gone. Boom. You guys are done. We'll see who's banned. And it's going to be you guys.
Nobody's banning you. We're just asking you to adhere to the rules in the chamber.
Well, cool.
Thank you.
Well, let me tell you
Thank
the
you.
rules of America.
I'm familiar with the rules of
Constitution
America.
of the United States. Oh, you're tired of America?
I
Tired
did
of
say
hearing
that. I
about America?
That's not what I said. Not at all.
So what are you guys going to do?
We're going to continue to do what we've always done during this COVID.
Nothing.
Protect the rights of the citizens of Yuba
Nothing.
City. Sorry, I disagree with you.
Nothing.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Useless. You're about as useful as a holy condom. And I ain't talking blessed.
Okay. All right. Anybody else like to speak?
America! Freedom! Don't put the poison in your body!
We're good. All right, hold on here. Any other comments, Sarah?
No public comment.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. Did you ask for email comments?
I did.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
All right, we're going to move on to the consent calendar. All matters listed under the consent calendar are considered to be routine and can be enacted in one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items prior to the time that the council votes on the motion, unless members of the city council, staff, or public request specific items to be discussed or removed from the consent calendar for individual action. Would anybody from the public like to speak on these items? Okay. Anybody online like to speak on any of the consent calendar?
No public comment.
Okay. All right. So I will bring the consent calendar back to the council for
Through the
possible
mayor?
action. Yes.
I move to approve consent calendars items 4 through 14.
Second.
All right. I have a motion by Councilperson Espandola, second by Vice Mayor Shaw. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the item consent calendar is approved unanimously. Okay. Now for the item you've all been waiting for. Okay. So a couple things. I do have a script, but I also want to make this comment. Okay, there are an abundance of people in here, which is great, and there are going to be differing opinions about what people say. And I hope that we can do the right thing, at least in my opinion, the right thing, and listen to everybody's opinions respectfully. I would ask that at the end of each person's comment, we hold any applause or any other chatter, and just give those folks the respect and the time that they have coming to them as a citizen of Yuba City. Because we have a lot of people in here, I'm usually fairly generous with the clock. You just saw that. But I think if everybody wants to speak here, that we really do need to adhere to the clock. So when we do open this up for public comment, I just respectfully ask for your cooperation. So here we are with the canned speech. You are welcome and encouraged to participate in the meeting. Public comment is taken on items listed on the agenda when they are called. Comments on controversial items may be limited, and large groups are encouraged to select representatives to express the opinions of the entire group. Please note, we do anticipate a lot of public comment tonight. If you would like to speak on an item that is on the agenda, please submit a speaker card to the clerk. During the public comment period for each item, written requests and speaker cards will be heard first. Speaker cards are available in the foyer or on the table outside. Members of the public will have 3 minutes to speak. Written requests received at least 24 hours prior to the meeting, which is our standard protocol, will be allowed 5 minutes to comment. We do have some 5-minute speakers coming forward. With that, I'd like to introduce Ben Moody. He's our Development Services Director, who will begin the process of discussing tonight's subject on item 15, which is the cannabis presentation. Mr. Moody.
All right, thank you. So good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council, and the public. So the item before you has definitely caught a lot of attention. We've broadcasted out on social media and then also agendized it to really get the public input for that tonight. So we respect that and look forward to hearing from it. Tonight, the presentation purpose is really the presentation is to serve as an informational meeting to receive and discuss information related to commercial cannabis activities. I'm going to review a few slides at a very high level regarding license types, fees, authority that the city has related to controlling cannabis activity. And then I plan to turn the presentation over to two industry representatives, one that to discuss retail dispensaries and then one to discuss cultivation, and then come back to the council and then also to the public for input. And so really that's what the meeting is tonight, is to go over where we're at with the law and the state and activities and to review the authority of the city. And so a quick history. 1996, the Compassionate Use Act passed that allowed for medical marijuana use. In 2003, the Medical Marijuana Program Act passed that helped clarify the Compassionate Use Act. And then it also gave some guidelines on the regulations revolving the medical use. In 2016, the Proposition 64 passed that allowed for recreational marijuana. Since 2016, there's been a lot of change. With that, there's been a lot of cities and a lot of businesses starting up and changing. And so I'm definitely, I want to relay, we have attorneys, city attorneys, Shannon Chaffin available, and then also Roy Santos, who specializes in cannabis on the line, and then also the industry people here for information as we work through it. So in 2017, so late 2017, the Yuba City implemented a cannabis ordinance prohibiting all commercial cannabis activity. So in 2016, when the recreational marijuana use passed, the city, along with about 3/4 of the state, passed an ordinance that prohibits all commercial activity. So currently in the city's ordinance, there's no allowed commercial activity. And that includes testing labs, manufacturing, cultivation, dispensaries, et cetera. In 2020, I listed this because it's I think a key thing that stands out for me, and then they'll hit on, some of the representatives will hit on it, is that the state Supreme Court ruling upheld a decision allowing delivery of cannabis to any city. And so we'll get into that a little bit, but basically what that means is that if the transaction is legal and it's jurisdiction that's allowed, so if you get online and you order it at Calusa, they could deliver it to your home in Yuba City. So currently, the last slide, it's small, but commercial cannabis allowed and serving Yuba City residents. So I just pulled what's going on so everybody is aware if they haven't been following it. But since 2017, Sacramento allows commercial cannabis activities. Calusa since 2017. Woodland in 2017 did not allow storefront, but they allowed delivery. And then currently, right now, Woodland is working through potentially modifying their ordinance to allow storefront. Marysville since 2018, and then Chico relatively recently passed their ordinance. So a little background on why we're revisiting with the new council since 2017 is that a lot has changed. The establishment of cannabis businesses, the commercial activities to become more prevalent in our area, in our region. And so the city has been approached by multiple vendors, multiple property owners, multiple developers over the time, over the last 2 years that I've been in this role. And so with that, we want to confirm the stance or just update the city council as to what is the stance. Are we okay with that stance that we have right now with commercial cannabis activity? So just real quick, here's the high level of the cannabis types. Right now with the state, there's 22 licenses identified. Basically, they're broken down into this cultivation of nursery, manufacturing, testing laboratory, retailer, distributor, transport-only distributor, a micro business, which is a small, it's a small business that does all three, that really does the cultivating, manufacturing, and the distributing. And then you have an event organizer. City regulatory authority. Regulation through local ordinance is allowed for. Typically, it's done via the zoning code or through a business license. And so the state has allowed it, but where the city has control is that within our jurisdiction, we can control what's allowed for the commercial activity and the land use through the business license or the land use and by some other means. And the city may also completely ban the commercial cannabis activity as how it currently is. So personal cannabis cultivation, cities may reasonably regulate, but they may not prohibit personal cultivation. So in our code right now, with a cultivation permit, they could grow 6 plants indoors at a personal residence. Buffer zones, so with the 2016 law, they've established, the state has established minimum requirements for buffer zones that are 600 feet from schools, youth centers, and daycare centers under state law. However, city may not adopt a local ordinance that would require even more. They may adopt, so I may be clear about that. So we could have sensitive uses. Should you go down a path that establishes commercial activity, a city can implement additional sensitive locations and then determine what that distance is. Deliveries, cities can, as discussed, cities can regulate deliveries within their borders but cannot legally ban them. Likewise, cities cannot prevent a delivery service from using public roads to pass through its jurisdiction. So here's, it's hard to see, kind of blurry, but some of the taxes that are on it. So if you go and buy a product in a different city, with that, there'll be a state cultivation tax that's $9.25 per ounce dried flower, or $2.75 per ounce dried cannabis leaf, a 15% gross receipt, and then you have the typical sales tax or use tax. So if it's 7.25, or whatever that area's rate is, and then a lot of jurisdictions have an additional business license or special cannabis tax for that region. We've seen a lot of, in our region, we've seen the additional tax run from anywhere between 3 to 8%. Additionally, for the cultivation grows, there's typically, it's an additional fee based on the square footage of the grow. So if you're cultivating, they'll have usually a nursery charge. It's typically by the square footage of how big it is, and sometimes there's a tiered system depending on the scale. So local regulation, potential decision points. And so as Katie Maple with the Perfect Union, and then also Wes Clark with Horizon Capital. They'll work through those different aspects of their type of business specifically and be able to answer questions. Here's some of the decision points that go into the local regulation where it has occurred is where, first off, is it even allowed? Do you want to allow it? And then do you get into the weeds about specific types of licenses? If you're only, again, if the city is interested in cultivation only or lab testing only or a different aspect of those 22 license types. There's restriction. We've seen other agencies where they've restricted the number of licenses and license types. So you've seen Woodland, I think originally they restricted to 6 use permits. Marysville, they've tightened up their zoning, so there's really only 2 locations that can be storefronts. And then you've seen other agencies. And so, and they have different means of either doing it through zoning or through a qualified proposal on how they choose those approval process. The zoning is a big deal. Where do you want to put your commercial site? Do you want it out of the way back in the industrial location, or do you want it front and center, where it's a high use, where it's meant for the traffic? Sensitive use buffers, that's what we talked about, the 600 foot. And then it goes on and really gets into the details. And so what I'm sure Katie and Wes will get into is some of the regulations by the state and how those have changed since 2016 on who it regulates is what and how it's checked into. And then, of course, the fees, taxes, and permits and just the approval process are key in those decision points that a city jurisdiction would, or a local land jurisdiction would control. So with that, I'd like to introduce Industry Representative Katie Maple.
Ben, before you turn it over to those folks, I think it's appropriate to set the stage that this is information tonight. There isn't any final decision that would come. There's a lot of process that's going to take place before something would be permitted in Yuba City. So tonight isn't going to be the last time people have an opportunity to come and weigh in on this particular issue. This is an informational meeting at our request just to learn a little bit more about what this business is about, how it's operated in other entities, and just to learn. You're certainly welcome, and I hope you do come up and comment, but I just want to make sure that before we get too further down the road here is that this isn't the final for anything. There's a lot of process left. Thanks, Ben.
Very good point.
Through the mayor, would you allow us for questions after Katie and, okay, thank you.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. We're representatives of Perfect Union. Perfect Union is a vertically integrated cannabis company based in Sacramento. We started operating 11 years ago, and we currently operate 13 retail storefronts throughout the state of California, as well as cultivation facilities, distribution facilities, and manufacturing facilities. Tonight, we'll be going over a brief introduction, cores, values, and goals, federal and state law, myths and facts, ordinance consideration, and the application process. So I'll start off on introductions. My name is Angelica Sanchez, and I'm the Director of Government Affairs and Compliance for Perfect Union. I've been with the company for 6 years. In 2017, I started writing our city and state applications for our retail, cultivation, and distribution licenses. I've navigated hundreds of pages of regulations, and I have a lot of in-depth experience working with cities, counties, and the state forming their cannabis ordinances.
And good evening. My name is Katie Maple. I'm the Vice President of Government Affairs and Compliance for Perfect Union. I'm actually a former Yuba City resident and a graduate from Yuba City High School myself. Go Ag. And then I worked in the state legislature representing different interests, nonprofits, local governments, and some businesses, and started representing cannabis companies in 2016. I was really influential in terms of creating the regulations, and now I have joined Perfect Union about 2.5 years ago. So really pleased to be here, and thank you for the opportunity.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Arturo Sanchez. I am General Counsel for MWG Holdings Group, the parent company for Perfect Union. My background as it relates to both local government and cannabis goes all the way back to 2002 when I was working for the City of Oakland. I've worked in local government as a Deputy City Administrator spending 13 years in the city of Oakland, 2 years with the city of Long Beach as deputy city manager, and 1 year with the city of Sacramento as assistant city manager. My background has primarily been in public safety, land use, and enforcement issues, but I have a history with cannabis that goes back all the way to 2002, having written the first dispensary ordinance for the city of Oakland in 2003. So with that, I would like to jump into core values for our company. And so, you know, when in my work and in my time as a local government official, it was always about balancing the interest between the needs of the community and developing new business opportunities that would allow for employment for our community members. And in balancing those interests, we often have to balance public safety, the environment, neighborhoods, and protecting the youth. From as far back as 2003, when we were working on that first ordinance, we had to determine a way in which to allow for medical dispensaries to be operating in the city of Oakland at a time when we actually had about anywhere between 17 and 23 illegal operating cannabis collectives in the downtown area of the city. So the city council had to tackle a very tough issue at that time, which there was no framework for. The good thing about today's day and age is that we have a good framework where cities have successfully implemented programs that do just this. They balance those interests. So our guiding principles, even in our company, are to always think about public safety, the environment, the neighborhoods that we serve, and how we can make sure that we protect the youth as we move along in any work that we do to open a new store. Next slide, please. So just to revisit some of the items that were talked about by staff, state regulations currently allow for cannabis delivery companies licensed in other cities to deliver anywhere. That includes in your jurisdiction. So right now, you are not occupying a space where you can control and provide for those public safety elements, making sure that you protect your youth and making sure that you balance your interests between developing new business opportunities and making sure that it complies with the needs of the city, right? Every city is unique. Every city has a different touch point and a different vibrancy, and each requires its own policy to be developed that will be consistent with the vision of the mayor, the council, and the staff. So deliveries are happening every day while other cities reap the tax revenue. As a former city official, this is one of those areas where I always think it's very interesting. For cities, there are very few opportunities to develop a new revenue stream. I mean, if you look at what generates new money for your tax base, it's when properties are sold and you get an increase in tax. But you really start to look to where you attract new industries, new sectors, new opportunities for your folks to be employed. Cannabis represents one of the very few new and unique revenue sources for a city where you can really legitimately provide for middle-class income for your residents. Cannabis currently is paying more than a living wage in many jurisdictions. It is providing for people who live in those cities to be able to afford to live in those cities and to contribute back to their communities. So this represents a very small band of new and unique revenue generating opportunities for a city like Yuba City. Right now, all those revenue opportunities are going to someone else because they can deliver to your city and you have no control and you have no opportunity to capture that tax base. So as you can see in this photo, there are currently 18 delivery companies serving the region. In addition, according to our store data in Marysville, more than 21,000 customers per year visiting our stores from Yuba City zip codes, making 65% purchases on a regular basis. So right now, the city of Marysville is having and serving residents of Yuba City for cannabis. And this is an opportunity for you to take up and occupy a space to make sure they're served here. And again, I always think about the jobs. I always think about the opportunity for revenue. I always think about where those limited opportunities exist and the fact that you need those sources to be able to come into the jurisdiction in new and unique ways. And you're also looking at an industry that's more than willing to partner with local jurisdictions. That's why folks like me get hired, because we like to work with cities. We like to find new and unique ways to work with you to make sure that we achieve our goals, your goals, which is to be a good partner with the city. Next slide, please. So we'll cover a little bit about what's legal. Staff did an excellent job, and I think they did a good job of framing exactly what we're looking at. Proposition 64 passed in 2016, legalizing adult use cannabis production and sales in California. As I explained, my time with cannabis goes all the way back to 2003, when SB 420 was first adopted by the state legislature, making medical cannabis collectives and cooperatives legal in the state of California. At the time, the city of Oakland was thinking, how can we regulate this new and emerging market that was just proliferating our downtown? And so we developed the dispensary ordinance and decided to partner and control what could happen. And from that sprung 4 very successful cannabis dispensaries. And 6 years later, an additional 4, making 8 in 2010. I left the city of Oakland in 2015. When I went to the city of Long Beach, I helped develop their cannabis regulations as well. And in 2017, while I was with the city of Sacramento, I also worked on that. So Prop 64 passed with 57.1% of the vote statewide. That means the majority of voters in the state of California wanted legalized cannabis, wanted safe, reliable, tested access to cannabis. And right now, they're getting that from another jurisdiction, not from the city of Yuba. The California legislature passed Senate Bill 94 in 2017, creating the state's regulatory system for cannabis. We are required to renew our state licenses every year. We must resubmit information. We must verify who our owners are. For us, that means we include everyone who owns a share in our company. And we are a private company with a number of shareholders. And all of those shareholders are reported both at the local and state level, depending on the regulations of the local jurisdiction. We are transparent. Everyone who is connected to our company, who is required to be reported as an owner, is reported as an owner. And that happens every year, like clockwork. We must submit that information. Folks like myself also get live scanned by the state to make sure that there are no criminal background hits that would result in me being disqualified as an owner. And that goes up and down through our board of directors, to our CEO, to myself, anyone who could be considered an owner under the state regulations. The industry was overseen by the Bureau of Cannabis Control Department and Public Health Department and Department of Food and Agriculture, which created hundreds of pages of regulations. In this last year, they were all consolidated into the Department of Cannabis Control. So there's now one singular agency that will be responsible for overseeing the industry. All legal cannabis companies are required to be licensed, as I already said, by local government, and you would have an opportunity every year to revisit the same information if you develop regulations that require it. Most jurisdictions choose to go with a regulatory process that is not an entitlement land use process, but simply a business annual renewal process, thereby giving them some fluidity as to what they can do if they choose not to renew a particular permit. As you develop your regulations, I am always available and happy to come here and answer any questions both on my experience and in my background. And also, we believe in being a transparent company, so we're happy to partner with the City of Yuba City to provide any information that we can. With that, I will hand it off to Ms. Sanchez.
All right. For those of you that aren't familiar with cannabis, there's a few different ways to consume it. The most common form is flower, which is a little cut off here, but this is what people usually roll their joints with, put in their pipe. It's been around the longest. A newer way to consume cannabis is consuming manufactured cannabis. So manufactured cannabis comes like in cartridges. It can be vaporized. Folks usually like that because it carries less odor. It's a little bit more convenient and doesn't require a flame. Edibles are also incredibly popular. This is something that can be consumed, so it doesn't require any smoking. And there's a few different ways you can consume it. They're infusing cannabis with practically anything now. You could have it with crackers, cookies, candies. The photo here is a gummy, a wild gummy, and these gummies are actually infused with CBN as well. So these are specifically for sleep. And if you didn't want to consume cannabis, you can also use it in a topical form. They mix cannabis oil with lotions or balms, and this usually helps with folks that are suffering from things like carpal tunnel or sciatica. And these also don't give you a high feeling, but still give you that the relief. The next thing I'm going to cover is license types. Ben Moody did a great job covering this already. There are currently 6 different license types that you can have, and underneath those license types, there are different subcategories. So for cultivation, you can do outdoor, indoor, or mixed light, which is greenhouse, which is a little bit of both. For distribution, in order for product to leave a cultivation facility to get to a retail facility or a manufacturing facility to get to a retail facility, it needs to be carried by a distributor. These distributors act as middlemen, so the folks that are at the cultivation or the manufacturing can't actually take their own product to the retail storefronts. Manufacturing. So manufacturing comes in 3 different ways. You can do volatile manufacturing. For the cartridges that you saw on the slide beforehand, this is used with butane or combustible chemicals. There is also non-volatile solvents. These are things like rosin presses, which is another way that you can consume a concentrate, but it's using a chemical solvent that is non-volatile. And then there's infusion. So infusion is used to make the topicals. So you're literally just infusing whether it's cannabis butter, cannabis oil, or anything else with lotions, topicals, or edibles. And retail, which is the one I think we're most familiar with, which is just a storefront where you can come in and pick different cannabis products. And then for special occasions, there's the event license. These are for events like High Times or Hall of Flowers, or other events where you can go in and you can see demonstrations and people can have booths and tell you about their products.
So one of the things that cities usually like to know is where can they receive tax revenues from the product? Obviously, this is a product that people have concerns about, and obviously folks in the community can sometimes be wary of it coming in. So one way that the state and cities have learned to kind of harness that is getting tax revenues back, and those tax revenues can either go back into the general fund or they can be used for specific purposes to alleviate things in the community that might be concerning. So every city does it a little bit differently. We have 2 stores in the city of Marysville. They currently have a cannabis-specific tax set at 5% of gross receipts. We also have 2 stores in Sacramento that's set at 4%. We have a store in Weed, California, way up north, that's at 3%. And then Turlock is at 5.25% and Lompoc is at 6%. And the reason why I shared all of those with you, those are all places where we have retail locations currently. So it just varies. You know, as I think Ben mentioned earlier, cannabis is taxed very highly at the state level. We have a 15% state excise tax. We have an almost $10 per dry weight ounce cultivation tax. And then there's, of course, sales and use tax that any other business has to pay, and then the cannabis-specific tax on top of that. So in most jurisdictions, we're paying about 40% before we even sell a product. It's very high. So one of the things that I usually like to advise when I go into different cities is really taking a look and making sure that if you do set a tax rate, that it's something that makes sense for the business and the community, so that you can still get what you need, because if we're taxed at such a rate that we can't actually make profit, then we're not producing the amount of tax revenues that are going to be useful for the city. So it's just something to consider as you look along that. And there's a few different ways you can do this as well. We've talked about it, not to get too much in the weeds, pun intended. But you can do it through putting something on the ballot and passing a tax. That takes a little bit longer. We can also do it through community development agreements and community benefits agreements. And that's just basically between the city and the operator agreeing upon an amount that makes sense, and that's what we're going to contribute back to the city. So something to consider there for tax rates. I also want to go through some common concerns. We walk into this eyes wide open. We know there are a lot of concerns from the community, and we don't want to come in and say that these don't exist. So I just want to walk through some of those concerns that we commonly hear and talk about what some of the misconceptions are and what the process is like. So I'll walk through each one of these. That's odor, increased crime, decreased property values, youth access, and the potential abuse of drugs. So number 1, people say cannabis dispensaries will cause more odor in my neighborhood. That's very concerning. We don't want to smell this. It's a very common concern, and it's understandable. Most of the interaction that people have in communities like this that don't have legal cannabis is their interactions are with illicit operators. Those are people that are not paying taxes. Those are people that are not operating under the regulatory scheme, and that probably do not have an odor control measure in place. And so, of course, you might smell that. The reality is the state has really extensive regulations on odor control, and retail outlets are the least of which. Everything that we sell in our stores is required by state law to be in a child-resistant package, which really significantly decreases the odor. And then we also have ventilation systems throughout the store. The other myth is there will be an increase in crime. This is something that I hear a lot when I go out, but if you actually look at the data, we find that this is untrue. Cannabis retailers are required to have extensive security plans that include 24-hour alarm systems, cameras that cover every inch of our facilities, and state-licensed security guards on duty. cities with licensed dispensaries have actually seen decreases in crime directly surrounding these facilities due to the extensive security measures. And we actually have really great relationships with law enforcement in all the cities that we're in. And some of those places were, let's say, skeptical to begin with. And now we have a great relationship with most of the police chiefs. And, it's been a really harmonious relationship. Just showing here one study based in Denver where they showed that in neighborhoods that had a dispensary that led to an average of a 19% decrease in crime. And if you think about it, if you have a security guard out front all the time and you have camera systems up, people are really unlikely to come and try to steal from you. Another myth, youth will be able to access cannabis. So this is something that we hear a lot. It's a very major concern. It's a concern for us too. We have zero interest in selling to anybody under the age of 21 unless they have a valid recommendation from a doctor if they're over 18. We have extensive identity check requirements. For anyone who's allowed into the floor, they're gonna go into a lobby, they're gonna be checked, they're gonna be put into a system, their ID is gonna be verified if it's valid. And so, like I said, you can only be 21, or if you're 18 or 19, you can have a valid recommendation. They have to show that documentation. And the reality is that the majority of sales that are happening to kids are happening on the illicit market, period. If you're under the age of 21 and you try to walk into a dispensary, you're gonna be sent right back out. So this is one of the benefits we think of regulating cannabis is you can use some of those tax dollars and actually enforce on the illicit market where this is happening. So I just show a study up here from JAMA Pediatric and the Insurance Institute that found that 100% of secret shoppers at legal retailers were required to show identification. We're not selling to minors, and that's just what they found. All right, next myth here. Cannabis dispensaries will cause property values to fall. We find again that this is untrue. Legal dispensaries are actually associated with increased property values. And this is also due to investments. So for example, one of our buildings in Marysville where we put our Perfect Union store, there was a dilapidated building there. We actually knocked that down and built a brand new, beautiful brick building across from the hospital from the ground up. We are usually going into buildings that are blighted and dilapidated and fixing them up, making them nice. So we're often actually making things more beautiful in the neighborhoods that we're in. And I think that really shows when you look at the data here. So this is a study done earlier this year that concluded that retail cannabis facilities are associated with rising housing values. And that suggests that legalization is not only bringing in tax revenues, but it's also boosting jobs and economic growth. All right. Another myth, and this is the last one that I have here. Cannabis dispensaries will lead to increased drug use and addiction. So this is probably the most common misconception that we hear. And we find that cannabis is actually far less addictive than common legal substances like alcohol and tobacco that you can buy in any gas station. So, and oftentimes cannabis is actually used as a harm reduction tool for individuals who are recovering from opioids. And so we see that here in these two studies published earlier this year that concluded access to cannabis is associated with reduced opioid consumption by the general public. And I know this is a lot of words, so please come out to me. I will leave my cards and I will send you these, the full studies. So I'm definitely not trying to just show you snippets. I will absolutely send these to you. All right. And I'll hand it back on over to Angelica.
All right, the benefits of regulation. So one of the benefits of regulation is law enforcement can monitor these businesses. Whenever you have an open communication with the city officials, the police, the chief of police can come in and inspect your business just to make sure that it is safe, that it is secure, that your cameras are working, that your panic buttons are working, that everyone in your facility has been live scanned. And cities can impose strict operating requirements. Depending on the jurisdiction, you can change the hours of operation. You can require more extensive security measures. You can really get involved and make sure that the business that you have in your city that is selling cannabis is meeting your expectations. Other things that cities require detailed security plans and background checks. And I think the biggest benefit of regulating cannabis is the tax revenues for enforcement, which not only helps us, but also helps stifle the illicit market. Costs of not regulating. Illicit cannabis already exists in every city. Just ask your local chief of police. They'll let you know that cannabis has been in your community for a very long time. And it's not regulated cannabis, and it's not safe cannabis, and it's not tested cannabis. So illicit operators, they don't have to comply with testing regulations. They don't have to produce tax revenues. And they're honestly the source where youth is able to gain access to it. Back to Katie.
All right. We're almost done, I swear. All right. So one of the things, so designing the application process. So this is one thing that there are as many ways to do it as there are cities. I've seen every city do it a little bit differently, but as we've gone through this process throughout the state of California, I could kind of broke it into 3 different categories here of how I've seen it happen. So one is a ministerial land use process. So this is something that you see in the city of Napa, for example, where it's kind of made completely non-political. They've picked their zones and their sensitive use buffers, meaning their distances from schools and parks and daycares and youth centers and residential and whatever else they want to add in there. We don't want this near this particular use. And then as long as you have a building that fits those requirements and then you're an operator that can submit an application that shows that, hey, we can do security plans, we've got the right hiring plan, whatever that is, it will be done through a staff process. So not necessarily done in front of the city council. It's just considered any other business as long as you're abiding by certain guidelines. So that's the ministerial. And I think that in a lot of ways that helps lessen the risk of lawsuits. There are some cities that have gotten into legal trouble by doing competitive processes where people feel like they were treated unfairly, or maybe some people wanted to receive a license and didn't get one and were upset. Another one that we see often is the best operator. So this is what the city of Turlock did. So instead of it requiring you to pick a building and then submit your building plans and your business plan simultaneously to be chosen, they wanted all operators to submit their qualifications. Who are your owners? How long have you been in business? What's your plan for security? What's your plan for hiring, for local hire, for labor, for everything else? And once they chose those people, then they said, okay, go find a building. So that's what we did in the city of Turlock. And then the last one here that I'll point out is best location. So this is totally based on your building. It's in a good location. We like where it's at. It's not near anything that we don't like. This one I think is probably one of the more challenging ones. It creates a big expense for operators because no matter how long that process is to determine who gets chosen, assuming that you set a set number of licenses, they're paying for that building, whether it's lease or purchase. And then if they don't get one, and then they're out on that. So that's a challenging one, but it is one that we have seen throughout the state. All right. And on to you.
Oh, yeah. All right. Financial projections. So these are projections that we put together if we were to open one retail store at a 4% tax rate. These are obviously very modest projections. We wanted to make sure that we were starting at a point that we could guarantee that we would be able to provide these. If you see in year 1, we're estimated to produce $168,000 in tax revenue, and in year 5, it's $325,000. When I'm saying these are modest, they're very different than our tax revenues in Marysville. We've been operating there for 3 years, and this year we're set to bring in $1 million worth of tax revenue by the end of the year. All right, and that's it. Thank you so much for listening to our presentation. If you have any questions, we'll be happy to answer them.
All right, we'll turn this over to the council. Then we will move to our other presenters, and then we will open for public comment after that. So questions for Angelica or Katie or Perfect Union?
If I may, sir.
Yeah, Mr. Harris.
Yes, Katie, since you brought it up, it was on one of your slides. I have a question. You mentioned not an increase in crime as a result of the retail outlets. In listening to you, I think you specified around the immediate area of the facility. How about there are any numbers citywide that they can connect the dots to marijuana dispensing in the city?
I haven't seen a study on that personally, so I can't speak to it, but I can look into it for you.
I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, and we might even be able to maybe look at some of the locations that we're currently operating in, like Marysville might be a great example just because of the proximity, as well as Sacramento.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Yeah, of course. Happy to do that.
Through the mayor.
Mr. Harris. Oh, excuse me, Mr. Kirchner.
Thank you, Mayor.
Other Mr. Harris.
I can't catch a break. Thank you for that very concise presentation. Before I ask my question, though, I would like to thank the public for attending tonight. If this is your first time here, these chambers are normally not this full. This is the process, and thank you for participating in this process. My question actually goes to Ben. Sorry, Ben. Something that you mentioned regarding Marysville, they were tightening up their zoning regarding. Can you elaborate on that?
And so what I was relaying on that is that, as Katie mentioned, different agencies regulate the types of licenses and where they go in different ways. And so the way Marysville has regulated theirs is they've put an overlay zone on their city that says that this type of license, a dispensary or storefront, can only go in this overlay zone. And they've set the setbacks from their sensitive uses so that really where it's laid it out is that it's really restrictive on where it doesn't give them much option for other locations than the two that are there in place.
Thank you.
Through the mayor, do not call me Mr. Harris. I have much more hair than him. And we lose control again here. Yeah, no, you know, there's a lot of hard hairs. So my question is, I'm not sure, we haven't heard the third presentation at this point, but I'll just ask a general question. As I'm driving around the city, I see lots of different advertisements, and I was struck by these billboards that just seem to pop up here in the most, I don't know, 2-3 weeks, a month or less, and about the delivery systems that are in the city. And there's 18 delivery systems. So I'm just kind of wondering, in general, who monitors those? Because if we have 18 deliveries already, you know, of whatever business in the city somewhere, who's monitoring those?
So the state regulates the dispensary as far as the location, but yeah, if you want to go into the billboard, you could add to the code.
So non-storefront deliveries or non-storefront dispensaries are the delivery companies. They're required to have a physical location per state law. So they are licensed somewhere. And what they're doing is they're driving from wherever they're licensed into the city of Yuba City. So they could be licensed, I would say probably Sacramento is the closest one that would make sense. And so if they have a building there, they're licensed by the city and they're licensed by the state of California, and the state law allows them to deliver in any jurisdiction in the state of California as long as they're licensed somewhere.
So,
Hold on, please, hold on. There'll be,
Council.
hold on. Only because we have a viewing audience, if you would allow me to allow you to come to the podium, and that way everyone can hear what you have to say, okay?
So the flip side of that coin, Councilmember Espandola, is that if there are deliveries coming into Yuba City today from outside our jurisdiction, the city currently has no authority to regulate or stop them from using our public roads, nor do we have any authority to stop them from making deliveries within our city. So that is already occurring right now.
and that concerns me tremendously, because there is no, I mean, I grew up in Colusa, so I know Colusa well. I don't have any deliveries coming to my address. You all can check it out. But I'm just struck by that. And the billboards in the city of Yuba City that are clearly advertising, hey, come and get it. You know, I'm just wondering how that's happened. I'm speaking to the gentleman at the podium, yes.
So what happens is you get licensed.
Time out one more time, and I hate to interrupt you, but if we have you speak, we'd love to have your name, please.
My name is William Zapata.
Thank you.
So I live in Yuba City. I'm a Yuba City resident. Of course, there's no licenses available in Yuba City right now, so I had to go to a sister county to get licensed. So I'm licensed out of Colusa. I have a delivery non-storefront. 90% of my sales are in Yuba City. We are allowed to carry up to $5,000 in product per van, and we're allowed to park pretty much out here as long as we have pre-orders. So we do advertise on Weed Maps and all these other advertising sources. That's why I'm here. I'm an advocate for Yuba City to get licensed because you guys are missing out on tax revenue. It's not fair as it is to say because I'm licensed in Colusa, but I live here. My kids go to school here, you know, I fill up my gas here, I buy groceries here. That's how it works though. So if you're licensed in the state of California, you're allowed to carry up to $3,000 in product on you, $2,000 in pre-orders. Pretty much we can ship a van anywhere we want in the state. We can operate out of that van and we can advertise anywhere we want. So it would make sense for a county to,
So normally, in order, I'm just curious, because I'm learning, as the rest, I think, in the crowd. Am I allowed to ask a question?
Yeah, he's just letting me know he had a question.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm getting distracted. So in here, we would never know really who owned that business because they're registered somewhere else.
yeah, we have
So-
there's
so
companies
there's-
out of Humboldt that deliver here. There's companies out of Chico or Sacramento. There's companies out of Colusa. There's two.
Okay.
Chico is allowing licenses that are going to be delivering right to Yuba City. So
Okay.
there's plenty.
So then my other question, and maybe someone else can help me with this. Are there current, thank you, sir, I appreciate. Are there, I believe Sutter County has existing ordinances.
May I respectfully ask
Yeah,
a question?
yes.
If we have questions for Perfect Union, can we ask those?
Yeah.
And then allow the other presenters and then get into the more general questions?
Okay.
Would that be okay?
Yeah, for sure.
fair.
Thank you
Okay,
for that.
thank you.
I appreciate that.
Any other questions for the Perfect Union folks?
Yeah, I guess my question is, who monitors the work that you're, or the business? So who's checking up on you to make sure that all of these things that you're telling us are true and consistent to, and how much of that would become a responsibility of the city? You know, who from the city then would monitor, and if there's issues of enforcement, and is there renewable allowances for annual contracts? 3 questions.
Sure. Through the chair to Councilwoman Espandola, is that right?
Espindola.
Espindola.
Yeah.
To answer your question, which is a very good question, so there are generally two monitoring agencies. One will be the state and one will be the local jurisdiction. So at the local level, in any jurisdiction where there is a local license, like the gentleman described and like we have in Sacramento, we are required to annually renew our license. So every year we must submit updated information on our ownership group. As a part of that, the city also has an auditing department and a code enforcement department and the police department, and they all regularly come in to inspect and review the facilities to make sure that we're compliant. The city of Marysville, very similar situation. We often get visited by the oversight department, happens to be the police department. So the police department and the chief, walk in. They do on-site inspections and make sure that we're compliant with all the security measures that we're supposed to have. At the state level, what they're really doing is reviewing and doing a deep dive into the ownership the same way the city would, but they're tracking the product from seed to sale. So they want to make sure that whatever seed goes in the ground and when it gets to a certain height, that it's tagged with something where they can see it flow through an electronic system out the door at a retail establishment. So if the cultivator sells a bulk amount of their product, dried weight, wherever it goes, if it goes to a manufacturer, the system tracks that it goes to the manufacturer and it's accounted for by weight. Any waste must be accounted for. Any product that's actually going to be put into a new product will be accounted for. And then when it gets to the store, it's also accounted for. And as Ms. Maple described, delivery between licenses, movement of the product must happen through a licensed distributor as well. So the product is regulated by the state at that level where you must log into the metric system, you must have a tag that identifies the product and could be traced all the way back to the root source. At a waypoint, usually the distributor, the product is tested in its final form. And that test is intended to provide surety of product for when the retailer sells it, right? So if you walked into one of our establishments and you bought something, the number that's associated with that tag would be connected to a test, an analysis that's done of the product to be able to determine both its THC content and also if there's any contaminants in there that we would not want to be included. So the state monitors to make sure that the product you're getting is safe to consume at the levels that they've established to be safe. And so every licensee, like us, is monitored at those two levels and within the city typically by multiple levels, right? That's why we have good relationships with the police department, with our planning departments, with our code enforcement unit, because we have to make sure our signs are compliant with your sign code. We have to make sure our building is accessible for ADA requirements. We have to make sure that the security measures that the chief and the city council want to see are implemented. And we balance all of those things. And in every jurisdiction, those requirements at the local level are consistent with what the state would require. You want to know what our licensed premises is going to look like. The state wants to know what our licensed premises is going to look like. State wants to know where we have cameras. You want to know where we have cameras. State wants to know we're selling via the metric system. You want to know we're selling through the metric system. So we have a dual oversight at the local and state level, and I hope that answers your question.
That was very thorough and more than I thought that I knew, but thank you very much.
Questions?
May I offer a brief clarification?
Sure.
One final note. As you know, Roy Santos is on the phone. He's been sending me texts on occasion so as not to have to chime in. But he did want to point out that as a practical matter, inspections are primarily done at the local level for enforcement with regards to security and everything else. So the actual inspection of the facilities is more typically done at the local level. So those jurisdictions that are inclined to be very careful about what they bring into their cities are the ones that can set the restrictions on how those inspections take place, when they take place, and what sort of inspections are warranted.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the council, from our presenters from Perfect Union? If not, then Ben, I turn it back over to you. Thank you.
Okay, so with that, I wanted to bring industry representative for cultivation, Wes Clark, and Tyson Hunter with Horizon Capital.
Mayor, city staff, and Ben, thank you so much for giving us this platform to talk a little bit about why we are all here, which is the cannabis flower, the plant itself. So first of all, the Perfect Union team, great job on government affairs and everything like that. We're going to try and limit the redundancy a little bit because they absolutely knocked it out of the park. But what we want to be able to do is talk a little bit about the actual plant itself and indoor cultivation. And I believe this is the clicker right here. Perfect. So let's start a little bit nationally about what's going on in the United States right now. You've got around 9 in 10 Americans, according to the Pew Research Center, that is some that are for favor of some form of marijuana legalization. A total of 36 states now, the District of Columbia, Guam, Puerto Rico, and the U.S. Virgin Islands have approved comprehensive, publicly available medical marijuana. 17 states and the District of Columbia have legalized small amounts of marijuana for the adult recreational use as of April 2021. I think the thing that's really exciting about the cannabis industry and why we're here speaking about it is jobs. And when the country shut down for the pandemic, we were essential. And we got a chance to be able to still help people that were in pain, people that were hurting. And that was really great, being able to be an essential business, which cannabis was in the state of California. And just to take a look at it, the United States now has over 321 full-time equivalent jobs supported in the legal cannabis industry. That's ancillary stuff too, like packaging and people that work for the packaging industry and everything like that. But that's more cannabis workers in the United States than electrical engineers, which is really cool, and twice as many cannabis workers than dentists, to try and put that into perspective. Next, what I want to do is I want to introduce my business partner, Tyson Hunter, who is in the cultivation industry, indoor cultivation down in Hollister, a similar ag-based city, and I really wanted to let him be able to talk a little bit about indoor cultivation.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Tyson Hunter, and I'm a horrible public speaker, so bear with me, please, if you will. But on top of that, I'm also the COO of a cultivation facility in the city of Hollister. And also before that, I was the COO of a dispensary in the city of Seaside. Like my business partner Wes said, we don't want to get too redundant, but we'll just touch base one more time about regulation in the state of California and cannabis. So originally, the regulations were monitored by 3 main departments. For me specifically, you have the CDFA, that's California Department of Food and Agriculture. They're the ones that have oversight over everything that I do inside of my facility from beginning to end. And when we receive an audit, they come in and they check on everything. The California Department of Public Health had oversight over manufacturing of cannabis products, whether it was edibles, concentrates, infused pre-rolls. They would come in and they would audit those aspects of the business. And then on the tail end of the supply chain, the Bureau of Cannabis Control would monitor the retail side, the testing, the distribution, and make sure everything was on the up and up. They have, as of July, all combined forces to be the Department of Cannabis Control. And I think everybody in the industry really, really appreciates that, because we've been dealing with 3 bosses for the last couple of years, and now we're going to be dealing with one, and it's going to be very streamlined and efficient, and we all greatly appreciate that. But moving on, I want to talk about cannabis in general, just educate everybody on the life cycle of the plant. I won't take too much time, but I'll start from the beginning to the end. If you could picture this slide and go from the right to the left, I'm going to talk about the stages of the plant from seed to sale. So on the right, you have these compartments, and those compartments would house some clones, or the mother room, really. The mother room is where we would propagate our clones, and then next we would move from the mother room into the clone room, where we would focus on making sure that the plant grows a solid root ball, and it's about yay high. And then after that, we're going to slide into the vegetative and flower stage. That's where the plant expands its root structure, and it gains in height and strength as far as the overall system. And then we slide it into the flowering stage, which basically lasts for about 71 days. And it's at this point where the THC is produced and where all of the high quality cannabis product that everybody desires is mainly developed. After that, we go ahead and we will harvest the product and drop it into one of our drying rooms, where it'll stay anywhere from a week to 4 weeks based on your operations and your desires. Then it is dry enough as far as a moisture level to slide into the trimming department, where employees would trim, manicure the product and get it ready for packaging. Which then it would slide into the packaging department. And in the packaging department is where we really adhere to one of the regulations that is very important to everybody in our industry, which is child-safe packaging, to make sure that it is child-proof from end to end. I brought a sample if anybody would like to see it. It's actually very difficult to open, and that's the intention, to make sure that a kid can't get its hands on any of the product. After that, we want to make sure that all the product is tested and compliant and safe for the end consumer. So once it's packaged in its final form, whether it's a concentrate or a flower, we send it off to a testing facility. This testing facility actually comes to our facility and picks a random sample and then runs the test and provides us with a COA. It stands for Certificate of Analysis. That Certificate of Analysis is our only way to be authorized to sell the product. If it fails at any point on moisture content, on pesticides, or any foreign materials, then we are not allowed to sell it to a dispensary. And matter of fact, most dispensaries, they know that they wouldn't want it on their shelves anyway, and they'll deny it right as we walk through the door. So everybody is forced to adhere to those testing requirements. And it benefits everybody. It benefits the consumer at the very end as well, because we've been talking a lot about the illicit market, where the illicit market, you can buy that pretty much in every city in the entire United States as far as cannabis goes, and it's not getting tested for any of those harsh chemicals or products. So the regulations and the legalization of cannabis has really benefited the end consumer a lot in that aspect. And we're all happy to follow those regulations. And then finally, at the very end, once we receive our COAs and we're good to go, we put it into a van and we transport it for either sale to another distributor who has an idea of what they want to do to it before they send it off to a dispensary, or we send it directly to the dispensary, and then that's where the transaction happens. So I'm going to hand it off to Wes. He's going to talk about a few things. We're going to bounce back and forth a little bit here.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate Tyson kind of breaking down the whole growth cycle there for the cannabis plant. I think one thing that when I was talking to Tyson about this presentation is like what are some of the big impacts that you've made, and number one was the police department, and being able to work hand in hand with the police department and be able to have any kind of concerns that they raise and be able to actually work hand in hand, whether it's a use of the camera for a small fender bender that might have been in the parking lot, or being able just to have access and have that 90 days of footage. Do you kind of want to talk a little bit about the footage and everything like that?
Absolutely. A couple of other points, too, that are really important on the local level. So every facility, and this might be redundant, but every facility is required to cover every square foot of their operations with a camera, and it's got to be a high-resolution camera. And on top of that, you're supposed to warehouse at minimum 90 days worth of recording on your site. Why is that? Because when the regulators come in and they do one of their random audits, they're going to move straight to your cameras and they're going to say, can I see every aspect? You're going to say yes. And then they're going to say, okay, if I have any questions about anything that you've been doing, can I see what happened in the last 90 days? And you better be able to say yes. Otherwise, you are going to either get your license suspended or removed if you can't correct it. So it's incredibly important. But our company has gone above and beyond, and this is something that we do recommend on the local level. We have given the local police department unfettered access to our cameras in real time at any time. This has benefited everybody because it's created transparency and trust from an end to end. If you're not trying to do anything illegal, you should have nothing to worry about. So we hand over the visibility of our cameras. When I first started working in Hollister, we've never had any horrible incidences, knock on wood, and thank God. But when I would get contacted initially by the PD, they were commenting on my lunch and just kind of saying, hey, but their point was to let me know and let everybody know that they see what we're doing, and we appreciate them for that. And it also allows us to have a sense of security because, if there were to be anything that were to happen, any criminal activity, we would want them to be able to be there and support us rather quickly. So it's highly beneficial on everybody's end, and 24-hour, 7 days, full camera security is required as well as 90-day recording.
And I think another thing that if we were here 24, 36 months ago, that the industry is changing, especially in California, and now with the Safe Banking Act starting to get some legs in Washington, D.C., is cannabis banking. And I work for Mammoth Distribution, which is a large distributor of products from edibles to flower to all sorts of different various products. And being able to be paid and have payroll come direct deposit now. That was not something that was available to us in our industry 24, 36 months ago. Being able to wire transfer money from a cultivator to a distributor, that's another new feature that is really great too. And being able to write checks. You have small credit unions in the California market that are now starting to adopt faster and faster because they see the need from us. Being able to not have to drive around with big bags of money and actually having a Garda or a Brinks truck being able to drive to your facility and safely get that money out of your possession is huge, and that is definitely limiting the amount of crime and theft you kind of see from 2-3 years ago, where you had these big safes and vault rooms and everything like that. And then actually, I'll just take water usage and then flip it back to you for filtration.
Yeah, go for it.
Perfect. I think another thing that common concerns, especially on the cultivation side, and speaking specifically from indoor. I had a friend in the wine industry, and I have a close friend that does work in the ag industry. So I was like, hey, kind of throw me some numbers, and I did a little bit of research. So at Tyson's facility right now, an eighth of cannabis is a unit, right? Eighth of cannabis would be in this bag right here. Bottle of wine is kind of a unit, and then a pound bag of almonds that you would get at a convenience store at 7-Eleven. An eighth of cannabis is using 3 gallons of water. A pound bag of almonds is using 400 gallons of water, and a bottle of wine is 150 gallons. So when it comes to water usage, we understand that we are going to use water, but with the technology and indoor cultivation and being able to get great filtration systems and drip systems in there and things like that, it's going to only get better. And I'll turn it over to you for odor.
Yeah. So as stated in the presentation before, odor mitigation is top priority for almost all cannabis industries because close to 60–70% of any complaints in a city come from odor issues. So if you're going to be in the industry and you're going to be able to operate and hold a license, you better be able to manage that odor issue. And pretty much all facilities have the capability of doing that. One of the ways that they do it is they control and manage the odor utilizing control systems such as carbon filtration systems inside of the ventilation systems inside of the facility. But I've done a multiple number of tours at our area in Hollister, and whenever I have somebody that I'm going to be giving a tour and showing them kind of the large scope of what cannabis is in a facility, first thing I do is I ask them to take a nice big fresh breath of fresh air and tell me whether or not they can smell any. And the outcome is always the same, and the answer is always no, because we do employ the highest levels of systems to make sure that we are mitigating the odor because we understand it is a local issue for sure. I'm just going to keep rolling through. Let's talk about cannabis regulation. I brought a couple of samples here. Previously, we had a question about how are the items in cannabis monitored? What are the mechanisms that are utilized to monitor and control where the cannabis is going and what it is doing? So every single cannabis product, whether it is a live plant or a finished product, has to utilize one of these, what's called an RFID tag. This is a radio frequency emitting tag. When I propagate and I clone something, I immediately need to tag it with this radio frequency tag, and it has what's called a UID. This UID is a unique identifying number that is warehoused inside of that metric system that we had referenced earlier. And what happens is whenever we get a clone, we assign it a number, we assign it a tag, and then we strap the tag to the plant. Right? And it stays with it. It's like its social security card. It stays with it throughout the entire life cycle. You can utilize that unique identifier at the very end of supply, and you could tell exactly everything that that plant did, even which room it was in at any given time in my facility. We have to notify the metric system and the state every bit of movement that this plant does via these tags and via that UID label. So how does the metric system and the state monitor that? They do regular audits, and when they come in, they have a simple wand, and what they'll do is they'll print off of the metric system a list of all the plants inside of our facility, and they're designated by what room they're in. And they'll do that this morning, and they'll call you up and they'll say, we're coming to take a look at your facility, and you better be ready. All right, you better have everything crossed and dotted. So they'll come in and they'll wave the wand in any specific room, and it'll report exactly all the plants that are in that room. And then also they'll match it to what's been reported in our metric system. And if they don't match up, we run the risk of a suspension and possibly losing our license, right? So you want to be on your game when it comes to these. So this is a live plant tag. They also have a distribution version as well. It's got a sticky back, so you can stick it to the back of a box. When transporting it, same thing. If a transportation vehicle were to be stopped, the regulators would be able to swipe the van and say what products are in that van. And it better be exactly what's on your manifest whenever you're transporting, right? So we spoke about odor control. Another thing that they regulate and monitor is the employees and the access control. First and foremost, we're talking about the employees and the need for live scanning and background checks. If you walk into a cannabis facility, you can know that everybody there has a clean record. Why? Because we can't hire them. We cannot hire them if they do not pass a very strict DOJ and FBI background check first. Okay, so that's how we manage who's inside of our facility and whether or not they can be trusted. And then on top of that, there's access controls. We have to outline to the departments and make sure that they know every single area, every single room, and who's allowed to go there specifically. Those employees will receive a zone access capability that's, again, reported in the metric system as well to make sure that when they come in and they are doing an audit, if their badge, which I don't have it actually, no, I do. If their badge doesn't have red in them, and they're in a red zone, then they could flag us, suspend us, and we could possibly lose our license. Every employee as well receives a state-regulated badge with all the necessary information based on the license, based on their activity, and based on their name with a nice passport picture. Mine's not so nice, but next up after that is public safety. We talked about strict testing and labeling requirements. We want the consumer to know not only exactly what is in their product, but that it's safe and healthy. There are some pesticides in the black market that can cause some serious damage. And when it's sold on the black market, the end consumer doesn't realize, and they could seriously harm themselves. But nothing in the white market would even come close to having anything like that. It's not allowed. It would be caught at the moment of testing. Also, the THC content is a label on the back that is required so that they're informed as to the potency of the product that they're going to be consuming. And then again, to reiterate, child safe packaging. That's one of the most important, making sure that the children cannot gain access to product as long as it's in the child safe packaging. So we talked about the seed to sale tracking, the 24/7 video surveillance, and the frequent audits. Our facility has had 6 audits in the last year, and as I said before, they don't give you that much of a heads up because they want you to be kind of on your heels and they want you to be very honest. So most of the time we'll receive maybe a day's notice and they'll say, we're going to come in and we're going to do a full audit, and you drop everything. I drop everything. It doesn't matter if the Pope's there. I'm going to go ahead and just walk my way through and give this person the royal treatment, let them see everything that they got to do. We have, we're very proud of what we've done, and we've passed every single one of our tests with flying colors. And if you're not doing that, you're going to give the industry a bad name, and I know none of us want to do that. So the question is, why legalize cannabis? We touched earlier on the other slide, again, a little bit redundant, but providing safe and clean product for alternative medicines. It's very important for a lot of people that deal with a number of issues, anxiety, dyskinesia caused by Parkinson's. It is fantastic. And more studies are showing the capabilities of this product as well. Again, also, every single city in the United States is selling cannabis. And the only question is whether or not it's regulated or whether or not it's going to be sold in the illicit market and going to criminal activity. The goal is to defund that criminal activity and then turn around to the third point and provide the tax revenue of that to go to city infrastructure. It's going to provide a new source of tax revenue, which will fund the increase in the quality and quantity of public services to the surrounding communities. That can go to things like highway building and maintenance, education, police protection, hospitals and healthcare. This year alone, Hollister has received $731,380 in cannabis tax revenue, and we still have another quarter to go. So a lot of good can be done with that funds, which would otherwise, if it's not legal in your city, go either outside to another jurisdiction or to the illicit market. I hand it over to Wes and let him kind of take it from there.
Thanks, Ty. Let's talk a little bit about the people in this room and what it could bring to the job growth for the city of Yuba City. My territory is from Tahoe, Colusa, all the way down to the Bay. I've been in about 125 dispensary storefronts and delivery services. Averaging employees is anywhere from about 25 to 50. When you take a look at manufacturing and cultivation, they can be really small, about 15 to 25 employees, all the way up to, if you get a chance to go drive by South Sacramento, Natura Life Sciences, which is a full campus, cannabis campus. We could be talking in the next 4 years of adding 500 jobs to the Yuba City job market. Not only is that just going to be jobs, but that's not going to be minimum wage jobs. That's going to be in a market that is continuing to grow. I believe it was 35 or 40%. The cannabis industry grew just last year alone in California. You have cultivation and trimming and packaging, manufacturing, marketing, sales jobs, compliance jobs, and transportation. This opens up a whole bunch of new jobs for people that don't want to become a barista, or maybe looking to get out of the restaurant industry and looking to break in, or want to take their college degree from Chico State that they got a marketing degree and be able to come down and help a facility back in their home of Yuba City. So the other thing is, which Perfect Union, I have to tip my cap to them, does a great job of, is making sure that the employees are happy. They have one of the lowest turnover rates. So does Tyson, and the living wage guarantee is what we try and strive to be. On top of that, if you were to go right now and open up a burger joint and go get your paperwork through the city council or through the planning commission, that's it. You don't have to have these relationships with nonprofit organizations and reach out to the community and make sure that they understand the plant and make sure that they know, hey, there is other alternatives than Ambien. There is other alternatives to pain pills. And be able to reach out, whether it's murals, whether it's food trucks, whether it's going down to the local food bank, just getting to know people. That's something that the cannabis industry really takes pride in, is when we were down at Sugarleaf Trading in our dispensary, working with the Veterans Transition Center and just helping them put on their car show and having veterans come up and say, hey, I tried that new topical cream at your dispensary and it's working really good. And seeing the success of that's what separates us from the regular businesses. Thank you very much for your guys' time.
All right, from the council, questions?
Through the mayor. I just had one question. You mentioned Hollister, it accumulated, was it 731,000 so far this year in tax revenue? How many facilities are there in Hollister?
Yeah, great question. Thank you very much for that. Actually, not that many. We're the only cultivators in the city of Hollister, and there's only one brick and mortar dispensary. We also hold a manufacturing license, and inside of our building is another manufacturing license. But there's not, comparatively to many other cities, there's not that many operating cannabis licenses and permits right now. So we're kind of on the low end, if that kind of answers your question.
Thank you.
If I may.
Anybody else? Yes?
Yeah. Tyson, don't take this the wrong way, but can I open that sample?
It's actually, there is no product in this. It's empty, but I'm happy.
I'm just kind of curious to see how that is set up.
Yeah, have a go at it.
And actually, if I could pass around to you guys, we have just a sample of the rigorous testing that a certificate of analysis, and then an actual email from the city of Hollister employees.
Just hand that to Ben. Just quickly give it to Ben. Ben will take care of it. Thank you.
Great.
Vice Mayor? Ms. Espandola, questions for Mr. Harris? No?
No, I'm done.
Okay. Thank you very much for the presentation. All right, before we get going with public comment, I think we're good? Okay, good. All right, so thank you to the presentation. Mr. Moody, anything before we open to public comment? And I need some speaker cards here, I think. Thanks. All right. Again, bear with me. I'm trying to make sure that we get time for everybody to speak tonight. I'm going to take the written request for 5 minutes first, then I'll take the speaker cards, and then which have been presented in the order they were received, and then we will open it up to the public that are in the room and as well as those that are online. And again, please, no applause, no booing, no. If we could be respectful of each other's opinions, that would be greatly appreciated. And the first written request I have is from Brandon Barnes, our sheriff. And Sierra, he's a 5-minute person.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. First, I just want to start by apologizing in advance. I actually I'm supposed to be somewhere else tonight, but I changed my schedule around a little bit so that I could be here. And I'm certainly interested in hearing everyone's comment, but I do have to leave after my comment or shortly thereafter. So I'll go ahead and get started. I don't think I'll take the full 5 minutes, but I just want to share some thoughts. So our local public safety resources are routinely stretched thin in our area. The council should be cautious about allowing businesses into our community that could potentially result in additional calls for service and law enforcement oversight. This could have a negative impact on other services that we're required to provide to this community. As everyone knows, the Federal Controlled Substances Act makes it unlawful under federal law for any person to cultivate, manufacture, or distribute marijuana. Marijuana is still listed as a Schedule I narcotic. So why would Yuba City consider any business that could create opposition with our federal law enforcement partners? Another concern, and I think a big one, is that we have a large homeless population in Sutter County. Two of the most prominent issues contributing to homelessness are addiction and mental health issues. Marijuana contributes to both of these issues, as noted by the Center for Disease Control and Prevention. Having marijuana readily available can exacerbate both of those issues. I think as community leaders, we should be looking to solve problems that negatively affect our community, and we should not be contributing to those issues. As a citizen of Sutter County and a person who shops here locally, I certainly understand that our community is going to grow and develop, but I would ask this council, how is it that we want to be recognized? And what is it that we want our community to be known for? So I personally believe there are better business opportunities that will help this community grow and prosper, all while preserving our values. It was mentioned earlier, Prop 64, yes, in 2016, the residents of Sutter County actually voted no for Prop 64, which was the initiative to legalize recreational marijuana by a margin of more than 54% here in our county. Both Sutter County and Yuba City have ordinances that address medical marijuana, and there's a mechanism already in place for those that require marijuana for personal medical use. Furthermore, the city ordinance already prohibits commercial cannabis activity. I would assume that the passage of that, which I think it was stated 2017, was done after careful consideration of public comment by the council that was on the dais at that time. I also wanted to share that I recently reviewed a report published last month on the legalization of marijuana in Colorado, and that report can be found at www.rmhidta.org. And here's some of the data that's contained in that report. Since recreational marijuana was legalized in 2013, traffic deaths where drivers tested positive for marijuana increased by 138%. Marijuana use ages 12 and older increased 26% and is 61% higher than the national average in Colorado. Marijuana use for adults increased 20%, and that is 62% higher than the national average. In the area of public health, marijuana medical exposures increased 185% since 2013. In the area of social impact, marijuana tax revenues accounted for less than 1% of Colorado's budget for fiscal year 2020. And since 66% of local jurisdictions in Colorado have since banned recreational marijuana businesses. If you look at the results in Colorado, simply put, the legalization of marijuana is nothing more than a Trojan horse. Based on the information that I just presented, I personally would encourage the council to consider not allowing dispensaries in our community. However, after public comment today and into the future, if it's the will of the council to approve dispensaries here in Yuba City, I would ask that this council submit to your community a comprehensive plan of how these revenues will be spent. These revenues should include resources for law and fire, medical first responders, support for mental health and addiction specialists, homeless resources, and an education plan to deter our youth away from harmful drugs. Thank you for hearing my concerns.
All right. Next is Pastor Michael Ciacciola, please.
Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council. And frequently have been here in your abode, and here we are again. And I just want to make a couple of comments about this issue tonight. I come from a position of being accountable to our Creator. I'm a minister, I'm a pastor. My name is Michael Ciacciola, and the biblical position that we take is that we are accountable for how we use our body, what we use and put into our bodies, and not to in any way impair the function of our bodies through altered states. I've spent 5 decades having to pick up the pieces of the lives of people who have been addicted to drugs, and many of them started using marijuana, and that opened the gate and the door for them to be using other kinds of drugs that did severe damage to them personally and their families. I'm very grateful for being a resident of Yuba City, California. My wife and I and family have been here for over 30 years now, and we've watched it grow and start to expand and show opportunities for new businesses. We are one of the best kept secrets in all the state of California. We're grateful for our community standards, our outreach to the homeless, assisting those ensnared by addictions. Yuba City is a beautiful depiction of what California ought to look like today. As a minister, I've been privileged to work closely with the most successful drug rehabilitation organization in America. I've been with them for 50 years, and I've worked with them locally and in urban environments in inner cities. They have over an 80% success rate in helping people walk away from drug addiction. My interactions with the directors and residents has been an education, looking at the origins of substance abuse. In the majority of the cases, those struggling to be free from substance abuse, their beginning entry level to drug abuse started with marijuana. Every single resident of those facilities stated beginning to use marijuana ignited a demand for more and greater highs. While I am a pro-business growth advocate, I want to see our community grow. I stand adamantly opposed to introducing another generation to this gateway drug. Looking at the report from the National Institute on Drug Abuse and what they have recently stated related to marijuana, impairs short-term memory and judgment, distorts perception, impairs performance at school and at work, and makes it dangerous to drive. It significantly impairs judgment, motor coordination, and reaction time, and found a direct relationship between blood THC concentration and impaired driving ability. Marijuana is the illicit drug most frequently found in the blood of drivers who have been involved in vehicle crashes, including fatal ones. I don't think we want to see any more of that happening in our community. And the most recent report that just came out less than a month ago, whether you smoke it, vape it, eat it as edible, cannabis may be significantly increasing your risk of a heart attack. Adults under 45 years of age who consumed cannabis suffered nearly double the number of heart attacks than adults who did not use the drug. That's an interesting statistic in terms of what impact it has on our medical community. We do not want or need more citizens becoming addicted to drugs, creating increased medical demands, more people operating motor vehicles under the influence, increased crime, broken homes, and fractured relationships. And we by now understand that while we need to increase revenues for our city services, well stated by our sheriff, we don't need all the negatives attached to any taxes that might be collected from growing and dispensing cannabis. The money spent fixing the broken because of addictions, along with the broken lives of those affected by those addicted, will far exceed any benefit to the coffers of our city. So on behalf of Calvary Christian Center, I stand opposed to growing and dispensing cannabis in Yuba City, California. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Next up would be Mr. Bill Embleton.
Good evening. I'm grateful to be here to share some of my thoughts on the subject. First of all, maybe an introduction to my credentials of why I would be here. I just retired from Sutter County Office of Education after 25 years. I have served as a school psychologist, as a principal, and as an assistant superintendent for Sutter County. In those 25 years, I've spent the majority of my time with youth, typically at-risk youth. I have heard, the only thing I've heard about youth or children here is packaging and accessing. And I have to be quite frank with you that our children that are using marijuana are accessing marijuana from home. Some of them are picking it up off the street or from friends who are accessing it from home. I have sat down with youth and talked with them at length about their habit, about how they started, if they intend to stop, and how it has impacted them. As a principal, I cannot tell you the number of times I have been called by law enforcement to intervene with a youth, to come down to the jail and talk with a student, or worse yet, receive notice that one of my students is in prison. And over about a 6 to 12 year period, Feather River Academy students, there were approximately 12 students who have been incarcerated for up to 25 years. Now that wasn't just for marijuana, but marijuana was involved in almost every case. I've heard about jobs and the importance of it. I've also talked to students who have come to me and said, Mr. Hamilton, I missed school today because I was clipping. I can make more money in a couple of hours clipping marijuana for so-and-so. First of all, I could never run down the individual who was paying them. But I did confiscate their clippers. I did talk to them about it. I'm worried. I'm worried that we can talk about business plans, regulations. We can talk about what's best for our communities, but I have not heard what's best for children. I can tell you that marijuana is not best for children in schools. Their potentials are diminished. We have seen it. I've experienced it. It is a sad commentary on our society, on our community, to allow this to continue. Now, I represent just myself here, but I have a large family of Christians that I work with, and they are of the opinion that I am, that there needs to be a stop, and the only way to stop it is not to allow it. I would encourage you, as a city council, to think very, very hard about our children, to think about the long-term impacts that it has. We won't be around when they're old enough to be sitting in your seats making decisions. Please, would you take some time, talk to parents. Now, my children are grown, but I have 3 grandchildren here. I worry about them. I worry about their exposure to. And I do not believe that if we don't address this, now I know this is an informational meeting only, but I hope that this word gets out to more members of our community, where they can actively come here and express to you their concerns and their desire for you to vote in the direction that would help us eliminate marijuana from our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, we're going to move to the speaker cards now. And first up is Karen Liggett.
Hi, Yuba City Council. I'm a Marysville resident for the last 65 years, and you can opt out from the pot industry if you would like. I know that from my colleagues that I deal with. And I presented you a picture of a little girl. Let me tell you a little story. 7 years ago on Halloween this year, she died from a pot driver coming from a pot shop, smoking pot, and ran up on the curb and hit her in Washington, Vancouver, Washington. If you want to check her out, Candace Boyer. And I talk to her grandma every night on Facebook. She cries every day for her little granddaughter that she lost. The mother is distraught. She won't even take care of her little boy that she just had after Candace died. So this is one of the many examples, like the Marysville resident that died from a pot driver in Sacramento. And I myself am a parent of a pothead. 30 years ago, my son started. He went on to harder drugs, went to prison 4 or 5 or 6 times, I lost count. Hard drugs, homeless, breaking into cars to steal stuff to get his pot from his dealer. Back then was not legal shops. And 80% of what these people said lied. I park over there sometimes down by the hospital. Some of their clients have almost hit my car by smoking pot while they left their facility. 3 times I've almost got hit since they've been open. So no, please do not give our kids another opportunity to lose their life and be a parent like me, have another parent, not have their child. I get to see my son maybe once a year, talk to him maybe 3 times a year. I don't get to see him. I don't get to have holidays, birthdays. Please do not do that to another parent. Please. That's why I am a kids advocate, and I'm going to continue till the day I die. I'm going to protect kids. Look at that little girl's picture. Please keep it with you. Remember that little girl's family that lost her. And every Halloween, they cannot celebrate because of this industry. They lost her. And Candace could have been something. And I myself, I go and cry for this little girl every day because she lost her life to this industry and they don't care. What they said, 80% lies.
Thank you, Karen. Mr. Bob Fischetti, and I'm going to go ahead and start stacking the folks up. After Mr. Fischetti's Mr. Russer, and after Mr. Russer's Ms. McKenzie. So if you could go ahead and make your way that way.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council. I have a lot of opinion that would probably take a long time, and I don't think it's necessary. What I heard was just a very lengthy presentation saying it's a business. It's just a business. We need more business. It's going to bring in money. Does this. But the very fact, I'm a community guy. I want us all to get along. It's what I do, right? The very fact that it would be divisive and a divisive business, I don't care which side you're on, I think we've got enough division. And I don't think there's any reason that it's a law of diminishing returns. If it's already available, the guy stood up and said, yeah, I can come from Colusa, I can get it. It's available everywhere. Why create more? Do we really need that more? Do we need more? And especially if it's going to be one more thing to bring division. I love Yuba City. My radio station's in Marysville. I love Marysville. I love this whole area. But what I really want to see is less division. And this particular business brings with it division. That's all I got to say.
Thank you. Mr. Russer.
Good evening. My name is Tom Russer. I'm a longtime educator, 25-year educator here in Sutter County. I've served many roles, a teacher, vice principal, principal, superintendent principal, and I'm currently the Sutter County Superintendent of Schools. I have come here tonight just to urge you to not, oppose the notion of bringing in a dispensary. I want to base that on my efforts and experience in working with kids. Over my years, and I'm going to use a little bit, just some high school data. I worked 8 years at a comprehensive high school here in town, roughly 1,800 to 1,900 students. And we would have issues, as you do in high school. You can expect it. There are issues with fighting. There's issues with everything from anything, stealing. But I'm going to speak specifically to issues with substance abuse or substance. When I first got to River Valley High School in 2009, I could tell you that 1 out of every 10 substance abuse issues was something other than alcohol. Alcohol was the predominant thing. 9 out of 10 times, it would be an alcohol abuse issue, something. And that's been longstanding. I mean, you see that. It happens in schools. As I went through my 8 years there, and I could tell you, and I like the presentation of the timelines, the more it has been readily available, it got to the point where it was 7 to 9 times out of 10 was marijuana. I couldn't tell you how many times I've seen CSU or UC-bound students who got hooked in the elementary schools or at the high school, and they went through it, barely graduate high school, or not at all. And where are they today? You know, it's sad. I did see one about 2 weeks ago at a Quickie Mart across from Rayleigh's. No shirt, no teeth, no shoes. Very sad. So much potential wasted away. It is in the high schools. It's in the middle schools. You'll catch it in the elementary, and actually this year was the first time I've ever seen it happen, is that a moderate to severe special education student was caught with marijuana. I've never had that before, not in my 25 years. In all honesty, I know I heard the sheriff say, if you, the will of the council to approve this, you should put those resources, the tax revenue, towards all the public safety and everything else. I'm sorry, I'm almost done. I could tell you that currently there's between $400,000 and $600,000 a year in grants that come into this community to combat this, and we aren't even touching it. It will not touch it if you put all that money towards education. So I'm not here to bash the industry. It's legal. I just think, why would we want to promote it even further? I believe that what you allow, you encourage, and we shouldn't encourage it. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. McKenzie's next, followed by Mona Murphy and DJ Christ. If you guys could stage after Ms. McKenzie, please.
Hello, I'm Stephanie McKenzie. I'm a Marysville resident, a former council member, currently kindergarten teacher for Olivehurst, not in Olivehurst, at Owlett Elementary School, and I'm the director of the Yuba City Community Task Force. And as the task force director, the vision of a task force, Councilmember Harris has been part of it before. We bring together all the different sectors of the community. So we have faith, we have business, we have education, government, law enforcement is part of the government, healthcare, and anybody else who wants to be participating, family as well. In all of those sectors, there are people who are working hard to combat the effects of drugs on youth and adults in our community. And I'm not sure if you're familiar with just how many nonprofits and churches, different organizations who are working tirelessly to try to help people recover. As we heard Pastor Ciociola, many people across the two communities are working on this problem. It's a big issue. Several years ago, Fremont Rideout Health Care did a study, a community study on how the community perceived issues in the community. And the number 1 and number 2, I think, were illicit drug use and the effects of drugs in the community. That's community perception. Those are the 2 main problems. In education, we've heard from education, that's healthcare, law enforcement. We're about to do Red Ribbon Week at the end of this month. And law enforcement is involved in that. But the message for Red Ribbon Week is a drug prevention activity directed at youth, getting them to see the dangers of drugs. And I'm going to pledge to not do drugs. And I've had our chief of police in my classroom and our sergeants in my classroom encouraging kids not to do drugs. So we have education. These are major institutions in our community across the two communities that we work here: education, law enforcement, healthcare, family, faith, private nonprofits, all working toward this one goal of having a healthy community, keeping people drug-free. It's never the message that we send as parents or teachers or healthcare professionals or law enforcement. Never the message is, hey, I think you ought to go start using marijuana. I think, hey, why don't you go down to the drug or the bar and have a drink. Or that's never the message that we send necessarily, or go buy a six-pack and just let's hang out. I mean, we do that as adults. We're never sending that message to our kids. That's not our community goal, is to use more drugs. If we're going to be having increasing revenues from these sales, that means either there's more people using, we're encouraging new users, or we're encouraging the current users to use more. I don't think that's a healthy suggestion to our community. And I heard the beep, but I would want to say that we're the gatekeepers of our community. And so we can say yes to this, or we can say no to this. Obviously, it's already happening. In Marysville School District, I did want to say that when the city of Marysville approved the dispensaries to sell for recreational use, infractions at the high schools, both high schools, increased markedly. Truancy increased markedly. As a result of marijuana use. Kids were on the couch at home, not coming to school because they were high. They were getting the marijuana from their parents or their friends who were shopping at the dispensaries, because obviously I know that these companies are doing professional work and they're not allowing sales to the wrong people, but it's still making it into the hands of the kids, and that should be our big concern.
Thank you. Mona Murphy? She left. Okay. DJ Christ. And after Mr. Christ, Supervisor Conant and Courtney Ortega, please, if you could stage up.
At least I didn't have to follow Chris earlier. That would have been rough. I want to say thank you guys for the job that you do. So I know it's a hard job. It's a thankless job, and doesn't matter what you decide, somebody's not going to be happy with you. So I just want to say thank you guys for stepping up and taking the job. I am here also to voice my opposition to any changes in the city ordinance as it is currently written. I'm the father of 3 teenage boys, and I am trying desperately to keep them away from drugs, recreational or otherwise. It's already at their back door in Marysville. I do not want it at their front door here. I'm also on the pastoral team of a local church. My wife and I are the kids pastors. We work with kids, we work with youth, we work with families, we counsel families, we lead a parenting class. We are highly involved in family relationships. That's what we really teach about. And one of the biggest things we see in families with teenagers, even in a church, is drug usage. And it always starts with marijuana, and it always causes huge divisions within the family. Part of my job is also with the church. We run 2 men's rehab centers, Faith Project and Feather River Men's Center. And part of my job is also mentoring the young men that come through those programs. They work with us at the church on construction projects and maintenance projects. And I work with them on a daily basis. And the big thing that I hear from every one of them, these guys have come out of prison, they've come off the streets, they've sold heroin, they've used meth, they've been homeless, they've been in gangs. The biggest thing I hear from every one of them is it all started with marijuana. Marijuana is the gateway. It's the gateway drug. The comment was made earlier by Miss Maple that marijuana is less addictive than alcohol, but less addictive is still addictive. And I have seen the dark side of that addiction. I see it every day in the destroyed, I see it every day in the destroyed lives of the men that I work with. I see it in the families that my wife and I work with. I see that dark side of that addiction. It's ugly. It destroys people. It destroys their lives. They can't hold a job. They cannot maintain healthy relationships. They can't do it. I'm sorry. I'll hurry. It's something, this is what I call death by inches. I am all for American freedom, but I'm also about order because my God is a God of order. So I'm about order as well. We need to have regulations on this. And if we crack the door a little bit, where is the limits? When do we stop cracking the door? Oregon has already decriminalized heroin. Are we going to go there next? We have to draw firm lines. I am a father of 3 boys, one who's having a birthday right now, but I felt it important enough to be here that I'm skipping out on that. But there went my train of thought. Come back to my notes. My God is a God of order. He sets lines, he sets boundaries. I set boundaries for my kids because I care about them, not because I want to control them, but because I want to keep them safe while they learn. And this is what we need to do for our community. We need to set boundaries, clear boundaries for our community, for our youth, to keep them safe because we care about them, not because we're trying to control them. I am not for taking anyone's freedoms from them. If they want to choose to smoke marijuana, that is their choice. But I am not going to be complicit in that choice. I'm not going to be complicit in opening that door and allowing that destruction to come into their lives. And so I just want to urge you guys also to consider the youth. If it's about money, if it's about tax revenue, what is my child's life worth? What is the value of our youth in this community? I see the destruction. I see it. I see the flip side of this business. It's ugly. I deal with it every day. What is the value of those men that I work with? What is the value of these kids and these families? So I want you guys to consider that heavily. And please, let's not change the ordinances as they are written. And I'm going to head off to a birthday party now. So thank you. Hey, Karen.
Thank you. Supervisor Conant, Courtney Ortega, and after that will be James, hope I'm saying this right, Ferreira.
Thank you, Councilman. Thank you for having us. Thank you for doing this tonight. First, I'd like to talk about youth. We need to protect youth, and we need to oppose this. We need to oppose growing in our community. Let's talk a little bit about marijuana and its effects on the body and the human mind. Marijuana leads to an increase in chance of schizophrenia and mental illness. Brandon Barnes talked about the homeless a little bit earlier. He talked about how homelessness have key issues and key problems. Drugs, alcohol, and mental illness. All those are intertied. Sutter County approved a hemp ordinance a couple years ago, and the first year the county lost $125,000 on implementation and trying to make it work. We thought we had a plan that would work and make the county money. We thought we'd grow a lot more hemp than we actually did. This year, the rough numbers are, at this point, not completed, but will be about 117,000. That is the kind of problems you can get if we don't know exactly where we're going to be on this marijuana deal. We don't know how many dispensaries. We don't know what the sales are going to be. We don't need this in our community, though. That's where I'm going. We can't have for example, like you own a business. Mark, how many of your truck drivers always pass the drug test? And do you want to share a road with somebody who's high on marijuana? No. We don't want that. We don't want that for our kids. It's not a legal substance in America. Colorado has numerous problems with the legalization of marijuana. They were one of the first states to do it. I was back there a few years ago to visit, and 2 years ago, and we went to Colorado Springs. Great little community. In a lot of ways, it reminded me a lot of Yuba City. A lot of small business like on Plymouth Street. Those businesses are being overrun by homeless vagrants who smoke marijuana. And because it's legal there in Colorado, they come from everywhere to go there and get marijuana, and they're high and they live for nothing. And those poor storekeepers are just inundated. Nobody wants to go and shop there, but these are great little boutique shops and stuff. But nobody wants to shop there because all these people are in there, and they're shoplifting. The storekeepers are all, they just can't make it. Do we want that in our community? No. Oh, boy, that was quick. I didn't even get through all my points, but let me just finish.
That was a special supervisor beep.
Sorry, Mark. Let me just finish by saying we need to protect and preserve our community. We have a great community here, but we don't want to sell our community out for our 20 pieces of silver. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. Courtney Ortega, James Ferreira, and then Scott Sorensen.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and Council members. So I really appreciate the lobby that came here tonight. Really, really professional. Actually blows me away how professional and persuasive the whole presentation was. But with all due respect, none of these guys care about your missed out tax revenue. They care about their consumer base that's about to grow by coming into this community. They care about all the new customers that this business is going to be able to access by being allowed to come into this community. Because the difference between a dispensary and an illicit market is that people will not always go into an illicit market. They won't go and find a dealer or, search that out. But a marijuana store is inviting to everybody. And you're going to get grandma, you're going to get the 21-year-old who just turned 21, never had a drink of alcohol, never smoked. You're going to get everybody who's going to walk in there. They're going to meet the nice marijuana girl who's going to tell them exactly what marijuana they want. Not too strong, not too light, just what I want. I want to go to sleep, So this opens a market to everybody who is not going into the illicit market. Yeah, it's there. If I have a back injury, I don't want to take opioids, I'm going to be able to find it, okay? So it's available to those people who want it, but by opening up more and more dispensaries, we are going into a population who would have never even accessed it. And this is really important to note because it is addictive. It is 100% addictive. Maybe not compared to opioids, but people who smoke marijuana, they smoke it for 10, 20 years. They smoke it like they smoke cigarettes. It's the same as cigarettes or alcohol, and that's why the lobby is so professional, it's so impressive, it's the same thing. And so throwing you guys 5% here on the side, don't fall for the bait. Seriously, we have to think about what this is going to do to the community. I'm from Eugene, Oregon, which I don't know if you guys know where that is. It's a little hippie town, college town up in Oregon, and they had an illicit market for forever. But they legalized recreational use probably about 5 or 6 years ago, and now there is a dispensary. There's more dispensaries than there are 7-Elevens. And the market's completely flooded up there as far as weed goes. But when you look at the culture that has come out of that, you'll notice I don't live there right now. There are, you see pipes, bongs, water pieces, things like that on the dining room table of a family's home. Parents are smoking with their children, grandparents smoke with their children, smoke with their grandchildren. It's a complete culture piece. And by having a store in town, it's like beer. It's like beer. That's what we're saying. We're saying this is beer. It is the exact same thing. And these guys would probably say it is. It's like beer. I smoke a joint when I come home from work, and that's all it is. But you're missing out on the fact that I can smoke weed before I go to school and I can put eye drops in my eyes. And we forget how habit forming this is, and we don't want to write it off as nothing. So I really hope you guys all take it seriously and take the culture of your community seriously and take all the comments said tonight seriously. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Courtney. James Ferreira, followed by Scott Sorensen, followed by Stephanie Resigno.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is James Ferreira. I was born in Yuba City. 4 generations of my family have been in Yuba City. I've been here for 61 years, almost. I've been an educator, teacher for nearly 40 years. And I'm currently the superintendent of Yuba City Charter School. We have one principle at Yuba City Charter School, one primary one, stands above all the others, and that is we do not do anything that we do not believe is in the best interests of every single child. It is my belief that children take their lead and are encouraged by the behavior and approval of adults, even old ones like me. That was a real slick presentation. It's a good business model, but it reminds me of something Barack Obama said once about lipstick on a pig. It's still a pig. And I don't mean to be insulting or anything, but I mean, it is what it is. The business thrives on vice and human frailty. And I don't believe that that is in the best interests of students. And I don't think Yuba City's ever done anything just because somebody else was doing it. That's not been in our culture. Every kid who gets in trouble in my school comes out, yeah, but he did it. Everybody's doing it. That doesn't get you out of trouble in my school. Just because somebody else did it doesn't make it okay. I also know from years of experience, students under the influence do not do well in school. They can't function there when they're under the influence. And we can say child-proof, yeah. I know about children and child-proof. They get in it. Alcohol, you got to have a license to get it. You got to have ID. They get it. They get marijuana now, too. I don't like that either. But tacit approval on the part of adults is permission to kids. And when we start doing it and we start saying it's okay, at least now it's illegal. My school board made a resolution, which I'm not going to read because it's long, but I have a copy of it here to give to you for your perusal. And so, not for any negative reason toward the business. Business is business. People want to have business. But we have to, my board and I and my school, the students, the parents, we represented there, encourage you not to bring a thing like this into Yuba City. Clearly, there's access. I fear we are already way down this slippery slope, but I would encourage you not to encourage the use of marijuana. How do I get this to you?
Thank you. I don't see Scott in the room. Okay. Stephanie Resigno, followed by William Zapata, followed by, Sammy.
Hi. I'm sorry if I'm messed up. I've had so many surgeries. Just got out of the hospital last Monday, and I got another surgery next week. But I just want to tell you 3 quick things. Number 1, I heard them talking about how they're perfectly regulated. Okay, let's say I'm Mike Mafia, Charlie Cartel, entrepreneurial criminal. Well, you know what? I can fake the tax stamp or whatever it is, all the stuff. You can put stuff in a delivery truck and deliver it as a legitimate thing. For instance, the cigarette industry, I was stationed back in Carolina, and then what they would do is they would take the tobacco companies and they would make their own tax stamp and deliver it up to New York where the taxes were higher and make tons of money. How much is gonna come in fake? It's extra profit. And don't tell me you can't fake an ID going in there checking. The people who killed my son, They used fake ID, used a stolen credit card, rented a BMW, were high as a kite, going 31 days later, going 50 into 25, hit my son. A driver had a twice suspended license. That was fake, 28 felonies, but who counts? So, you know, criminals abound everywhere. That's just my personal experience with it. If man made it, man could duplicate it. I don't care how you talk about it. So maybe 50% of it is legit, the other 50% fake. But what I wanted, and I'm not going to repeat what other people said, but I will tell you this. Negotiate a tax agreement with Marysville. Let them have the headache. Let them have all the bonuses. Let them have all the problems. Let them pay for the mental health, the homeless, whatever. Just give it to Marysville. And that's come somebody who used to graduate from Marysville High. But you know what? I love Yuba City. I've been here since the flood of '86. And I'll die here, unless it's someplace else like Hawaii. No. But it's that important for me to listen to everybody here and just use your negotiation skills and get the money from Marysville and heck with it. Protect our youth, protect our community. And why should somebody with a cool business plan, I could probably make a nice business plan. Golden Gate talked me well on red tennis shoes. Show you how many jobs, no disrespect, you know, but just how many jobs you can get, how many factories you can build and all that. No, let's get regular jobs, not based on other people's misery or coming misery. That's all I wanted to say. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Zapata.
Two located in Colusa, one in Nevada County. I'm just here. I'm gonna keep it short and sweet. I deliver cannabis to your county, to your city. The money's already here. Why would you not capitalize and get that money? That's all we're getting at here. And everybody with oppositions on cannabis and this and that, we're not talking about the elephant in the room, which is alcohol or opioids or all this. We're talking about cannabis. 1 in 100 people that crashed a car where there's DUIs every night. I mean, you can ask the police force here. Who are they worried about? Is it cannabis smokers or is it drunk drivers? So just want to keep it here that there is 18 other companies that are licensed out. I mean, I live in the city. My kids go to school in the city. I love the city. I'm just here to ask to be fair, and if there is licenses that do come available, let it be somebody who's local. I've talked with many business owners in this town. I'm one of them. I have another business on the agenda tonight. We all want a piece of it. You know, I think it's good for the community, very good for the community, and it's tested, safe product. We're taking away the black market, the illegal cannabis that's sprayed, that's not tested, that's moldy, that is really messing up people's lives, and replacing it with a safe access, with tested product. So that's all I want to say today. I know it's just a workshop. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sammy, good to see you again.
Nice to see you guys. Nice to see all the members of the council. It's been a while since I've been back here. So I just want to start with saying that, so I'm actually a graduate of River Valley High School. Mr. Ruster was actually my principal. I graduated from Yuba College. I have 2 degrees out of there, and I graduated out of one of the most rigorous economic programs in the country from UC Davis, and I'm also an avid marijuana user. So essentially what I want to do is support the cannabis industry coming into this town, because I strongly believe that we as intelligent beings have the right to free will to put a herbal medicine that is given to us by this planet to help us. There's many, many scientific research that you can go and you can do some research and find out that this is only going to help our community and the people in our community to have better access to it. Also with the black market, you know, when I was a kid, it was far easier for me to get marijuana than it was to get alcohol. Far easier. And when you go into communities where they have dispensaries where it's 21 plus and it's highly regulated, it's extremely difficult for anyone to get marijuana that is under the age of 18. So also, one of the things that I would also like to stress is that I heard a lot about cultivation and getting, bad drugs and stuff like that. Well, if we track it from seed to sale and it's regulated in that way from the start to finish, it's much less likely for there to be incidents of people ingesting bad drugs, which I don't like to refer to it as a drug, because I strongly believe that it is a medicine. And, going into the future, we will start to see that there are other alternative forms of medicine, herbal medicines. I don't want to get into the use of psychedelics right now, but, these medicines are medicine. They've been helping people for a long time, including veterans. There's a lot of people that struggle with PTSD, a lot of veterans that struggle with PTSD, and the use of marijuana has helped them extremely well. It is one of the best medicines to replace opioid use. So I was just looking at the scheduling system, and it looks like we have fentanyl, which is on the Schedule 3, and then you have marijuana on Schedule 1, and I think that is hugely a hypocrisy. If we look at the drug addiction in the United States of America, fentanyl is killing people left and right. And we're over here worrying about marijuana, where we know that marijuana doesn't really kill anybody. It just helps you. So, I know that in saying this, I'm going to draw a lot of opposition from the people in this room especially, but I tell you right now, I am a highly educated person. There are other highly educated people, just like me, that are avid marijuana users, okay? And we feel that we have the ability to choose to put whatever we want in our bodies because we have the free will to do so. And I want to point out a hypocrisy where we decide to trust the government when it suits us, but when it doesn't, we try and say, oh, yeah, but the government says this is this. So, when it comes to marijuana, I think that we need to start taking a really close look as to what is it that we're actually opposing. Are we opposing just the idea that we've been fed about marijuana for, all these years about the prohibition of marijuana? All the propaganda that's been fed to all these people about lies about marijuana hurting you and getting you hooked and leading down this path of destruction. Well, I don't think that's true. There's so many successful people that use marijuana, just to relax, to solve their pains, to align themselves for spiritual healing as well. There's spiritual practitioners that use marijuana to help you align, to help you understand yourself, and to help you grow, okay? So I suggest that a lot of people do more research and don't stick to your beliefs, because I think that there's much more to learn about the marijuana plant and its uses and its benefits for all mankind. So thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you. Looks like I have another card. Thank you, Sierra. Paul Hundal.
Yeah, I'd like to say a few. I've been observing everybody's comment. We're a very religious community here. We love our kids. Nobody wants their kid to use marijuana or alcohol or any other drug. But I think everybody who's spoken here today, they fail to connect the dots with actually manufacturing, cultivation, marijuana, and increased use in the community. The products is already here. It's grown in Colusa, Chico, Sacramento. It's already here. Somehow we're saying that we want you to make a decision and not have anybody micropropagation facility, greenhouses, growing the little seedling. There's different types of licensing. It's not just the dispensary here that we're going to open up and then suddenly more people are going to be using it. I think we need to make that distinction, clear distinction, that just because we are going to manufacture here, it's going to increase the use of marijuana more. For example, if we're saying soda pop is already here, it's being bottled in Colusa, and our kids are using it and they get diabetes. Now we are saying, okay, let's just manufacture here. We used to have so many customers here who needs the product. That's not going to decrease the use of soda pop. They're still going to consume it. They're getting it from on the black market. However they're getting it, people are getting it. We tried to outlaw alcohol. It didn't work very well. We had more crime. So I think by bringing, we will create jobs. You'll have more revenue, but our kids, I know, when we try to tie all of the misfortune, accidents, and people's life, and we try to connect everything to legalizing marijuana, I think, we tried, but I don't think it's the cause of that. The way we raise our kids, we spend time with them every evening, that's what keeps them away from drugs. It's not if we start manufacturing, start growing, and we're creating jobs in this county, that's going to have our kids use more drugs. I think that's a separate. There's a wall between that. It's a separate business, and that's not going to increase the use. And that's all I want to say. And that when you take into consideration and moving forward, legalizing it and letting jobs come here, just be sure that there is no connection. It's already here. Whoever wants it, they'll get it. But we are going to take a lot of opportunity for us to move forward. It's already available everywhere. Just like they said, they can deliver it here. So I just want you to take that in consideration, because there's a lot of other opportunities associated with it. It's just not the dispensary. Well, thank you.
Thank you. All right. Emails.
Okay.
There's a
So
few.
the city, as you can imagine, has received a number of emails on this topic. I specifically have received, on behalf of the city clerk's office, 3 emails that I'd like to share with you today. The first email is from Johanna Goodman. Johanna says, even though I now live in Sutter, I'm a longtime employee at a middle school in Yuba City and was a Yuba City resident for 41 years. I love Yuba City. I oppose allowing marijuana grows and marijuana dispensary in Yuba City. The headaches and heartaches this can lead to, especially among young people, is not worth any small amount of taxes that might be collected from such businesses. Please do not approve this. Second email is from Charles Brook. My name is Charles and I live in Yuba City. I have always admired Sutter County and the city of Yuba City for its stance in protecting personal freedoms and charging its citizens with personal responsibility. Often, in order to preserve the liberties of the citizenry, local government must choose not to act. However, in the case of legal cannabis, restoring this personal freedom requires action from the city. I wish to express my strong support for the passage of a commercial cannabis ordinance in Yuba City. Allowing legal cannabis will create new jobs, support the economy, allow safe access for those who need it, and help eradicate the black market. The voters passed Proposition 64 5 years ago, creating a constitutional right for people to access and consume legal cannabis in California. It's time for Yuba City to join many other cities in the state by passing a commercial cannabis ordinance. The third email is from Michael Ziegenmeyer. My name is Michael Ziegenmeyer. I currently live in Yuba City. I'm writing about item 15, obviously the cannabis presentation. I am completely against cannabis dispensaries and cultivation in the city. I believe the harm will outweigh the benefits. Yes, there's possibility of extra taxes, but the ease of people having easier access to getting drugs is very disheartening. I believe in the therapeutic value of cannabis and with very responsible physician prescribing, but all too often there are stories of irresponsible physicians prescribing scripts for profit. I urge you not to let this happen. So again, those are the 3 emails that I received in the city clerk's office. We did receive a number of emails. Our staff received a number of emails. And so I just want to share with you kind of the balance on what those looked like. All total, including the 3 that I read, we received 21 emails. 11 of those emails were for, 10 of those emails were against. And those emails will be available for inspection for the public if anybody's interested in seeing them, but just for your information.
Thank you, Sierra. Anybody else from the public wish to comment? Please stage yourselves up there by the podium and I don't think so. We'll get you a little help.
Oh, okay.
There you go.
My name is Janet Johnson. I've been a lifelong, I was born in Missouri, but I've been a lifelong resident here in Yuba City. Mother of 4. I've got 9 grandchildren, 8 great-grandchildren, and a 9th one on the way. And I had, I would call it an opportunity, actually. I helped raise 2 of my grandsons when their mother left them. And I know that the older one, he started with marijuana, and it is a gateway drug, and he's into the hard stuff now. He's been in jail, he's been in prison. He'll be 30 in November. And his younger brother, who I know did not dabble in anything like that, he's 27 now. He's working 2 jobs. He bought a 1/4 acre out in Sutter with a mobile on it, an older mobile that he's really working to try to make something of his life. And I just really truly feel that you can say whatever you want about marijuana and like it's not addictive or anything like that. But I know that's how my grandson started, and I'm sure that probably most people here in this room know that's true, and it is a gateway drug. Also, too, I have a question about Marysville. If they have these dispensaries over there, why isn't their city just busting out all over with all this money and income and everything? Because I know that Marysville has always struggled a lot more so than our town of Yuba City. And I guess in conclusion, I just want to say for a lot of things nowadays, just because it's legal, does that make it right? Thank you.
Thank you.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, thank you for allowing us this time to speak. My name is Michael Ciociola. I'm a minister on staff at Calvary Christian Center. You heard from my dad a few minutes earlier, also named Michael Ciociola. We both serve at the same church. It's not confusing at all. I love Yuba City. Over the past 6 years, have been able to engage with the residents of Yuba City as a firearms instructor, CCW instructor. And one of the things that I've come to appreciate about living here in Yuba City is that the people of Yuba City are red-blooded, patriotic, freedom-loving Americans who love the story and the history of who we are as a people and are engaged, very much so, with their civil rights. It's one of the interactions that I love having with the residents is when I'm teaching them the safe use and handling of a firearm, how they can use that and engage with their God-given civil right of self-defense. As our sheriff so eloquently stated and reminded us in this conversation about marijuana and what Sacramento has decided about the status of the sale of marijuana in the state of California, it remains a Schedule I substance, controlled substance. It is a felony. And every time that anyone in this room who owns a firearm or who would like to purchase a firearm and engage with their civil right of doing so will fill out Form 447 in order to purchase that firearm. On that form, which I've called up here on my phone, you will come across this question on the form. Are you an unlawful user of, addicted to marijuana or any depressant, stimulant, narcotic drug, or any other controlled substance? The use or possession of marijuana remains unlawful under federal law, regardless of whether it has been legalized or decriminalized for medicinal or recreational purposes in the state you reside. It's a felony. And so Sacramento has created a conflict for the sake of business with our constitutional rights. Everyone who purchases a firearm will fill out this form, if they're doing so legally, and they will come across this question. and they will have to answer that question. Lying on this form is also a felony. So there's a conundrum, a legal conundrum that's being created, and this needs to be made clear, not just for the sake of us, but for the sake of the future. Many people spoke to the children, the future generations of Americans that we are raising. I have a couple of kids myself. And I want them to be able to engage in the story of America as Americans, engage with their civil right. And doing this presents a federal lawful issue with engaging with our civil rights. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
I didn't want to speak here, but I'm forced to. I was raised in Chicago. Time I was 16, I was a street gang leader.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but could you give us your name, please?
Doug Carosio.
Thank you, sir.
I've been in Yuba City for 30 years, working at Calvary Christian Center on staff. I've been in Chicago, raised there. I was a gang leader by the time I was 16. Got into drugs. Marijuana was the gateway. Moved up in the ranks till I ran 6 Chicago street gangs. Managed 2 dance halls, managed a rock band. The drugs intensified in my life. After I started marijuana, I wanted a greater high. I wanted a greater experience. I moved on into other drugs. Marijuana was the beginning. I ended up as president of the Hell's Henchmen, which was the largest motorcycle gang in the state. Ended up in all that lifestyle, continuing to use marijuana and other drugs. I ended up either going to commit suicide or commit myself to an insane asylum. I buried a lot of friends who started out on marijuana. It's an open beginning drug that you start on and you end up in big trouble. You want to bring hell down on Yuba City? Open up your dispensary. What is thousands of dollars worth compared to one life that may get messed up? Compared to 10 lives, is it worth it? Compared to 100 lives getting messed up because we opened dispensaries and made the young people think that it's okay? That's all I got to say.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, my name is Flora Varghese. I'm a surgeon here, and I oppose opening up a dispensary. I'm not saying that there aren't any medical benefits for it. I'm just saying that the harm that it does and the cost medically would most likely be greater than the tax revenue you will get. I'm originally from Texas. I've served in the United States Air Force, and during training, we regularly drug tested everyone in a car accident. It was not only alcohol that I found in my patients. I found marijuana frequently also. So I would say just traffic issues, even taking care of patients in general. Marijuana users are like people who use opioids in the sense that they require more anesthesia than the average person. Controlling their pain is also difficult without higher doses of narcotics or use of marijuana. So I would just be very cautious in opening a dispensary because we don't have the numbers for the medical cost in Colorado or Oregon or even California for the cardiac, the pulmonary, all those heavy medical costs. And so you will probably find that in the next 20 to 50 years what those costs are. But right now, this is the natural testing sites. If we were to do a clinical trial, it would be the control states that don't have marijuana legalized versus the states that do. And you won't know until probably the next 20 to 50 years what the damage will be. And so you're just basically guinea pigs for the national clinical trial for marijuana. And so I know many people are afraid of the vaccine that hasn't been tested. Well, you're about to find out in the next 20 to 50 years what marijuana will do to our society by legalizing it, but we don't have the numbers. But I can tell you that as a medical professional, there is definitely a huge cost to recreational marijuana use. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, council. I'm not going to ask you to play baseball right now, but I was thinking, and I've lived in this community for 62 years, and some of you may go into the same doctor office that I go to, but for 30 plus years, I've been going into the doctor's office, and I see a chart on the wall, and it shows a brain, and it says this brain is on marijuana. This is a healthy brain. And it's dark, it's tarred, it's everything else. Why we would want to do that to our children, I have no idea. I looked at it all the time my kids were growing up. I think about my grandkids that are just 3 and 4 years old right now. And if we question a lot about science these days, we question a lot about, medical things and everything else, because that's what society has done to us. But I've looked at that chart every time I go into the doctor. It's still there as far as I know. And I see it, and every time I'm there, I think, why would we want to do this to our children? And that's my only comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff.
Hello, my name is Monica Mason. I'm 56 years old. I started smoking pot when I was 11 years old. It messed up my mental health abilities. I did not graduate from high school. I became onto other, alcohol and other things, like most kids do. Even my kids, even though I had been clean for 16 and a half years, I had been clean while I was raising my kids. But somewhere down the line, even though I didn't have that around me or around my home or my children, as teenagers, they still stumbled upon it. And my 3 of the 4 living children that I still have all smoke pot. I know that they gave a great presentation, but as for their child safety proof containers, well, in Head Start at 3 and 4 years old, children are taught how to use scissors, and we buy little hammer toys for them when they're, 6, 8 months? So, not saying that the children that small will be getting into your containers, but certainly between 8 and 11 years old, the ideal would probably present itself. All in all, I'm against it. And it just, to me, sounds like a legal drug cartel for a federally illegal drug. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the audience? Seeing none, how about online, Sarah?
No public comment.
Okay. All right. Mr. Moody.
So really that concludes staff presentation tonight, and we're here for questions or feedback.
Any further questions from the council before we conclude this? First, I would like to make a statement to thank the public for being here and voicing and sharing in this public forum. This is what local government's all about, is for us to collect information. And we thank the presenters for those, as well as for all of you for the comments that you bring. At this particular point in time, I'll bring it back to the council, but if there's any further comments, but in all reality, we're done with this item for this evening.
Through the mayor.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, I would, and I've asked this question before, and I commend you for having the workshop, but where are we going from here? Because we need to provide staff direction on whether or not we're going to entertain this, whether or not we need further questions answered.
I'm sorry, Vice Mayor, it's really feedback.
not really direction. So any feedback from the information that you learned today from the presenters and or from the public comment aspect, that's what staff's looking for. So we might be using semantics, but there is no formal direction the council would take. It's really just feedback. So
Feedback and guidance.
feedback.
And so
I think
what are
it's
we going
feedback, correct?
Okay.
Feedback, Shannon.
So what are we doing with what we obtained here tonight is my question for my fellow colleagues, because where I sit, and I've been writing 3 pages of notes tonight, and I've met with Perfect Union. I've had more than a couple of months to have my questions answered by them, and we've just spent probably 2 hours of listening to presentations and feedback. So my question is, what guidance are we giving our staff and where are we going with this? Because we already have an ordinance that speaks that we're not allowing. What they have presented is actually, they've submitted an incomplete application because we don't have an application process. And in order for those to be an application, we have to take action or give guidance. So what is our guidance for our staff for taking 2 hours of everybody's time tonight, including yours and mine and the rest of the council? I'm struggling, where are we going from here since we spent so much time tonight?
My opinion is this: the reason that we brought this forward this evening was because we had businesses that are continually bringing forth questions to our staff. The staff is looking to the council for clarification or other items in regards to this. We can continue to kick the can down the road, as others have done previously, or we can take information, digest that information. If there are questions that staff, for instance, council wants to ask of staff for follow-up, I think that would be the kind of feedback that I designed this workshop for, not necessarily to launch in any direction. It was basically, let's get the facts, let's get the feedback, let's get the public input. If you've got additional questions of staff that you'd like to go and have them follow up with, I think that's the appropriate feedback that we're looking for tonight. That's the information that I've gotten from council in regards to what this was about tonight.
And again, I commend you for, we're not trying to kick it down the road. Where do we go from here? That is my question. And
you have a question.
Yeah, where do we go from here? Are we going to direct staff to answer further questions and bring us back possible ordinance changes? Or are we done with this? Because, we all just attended the League of California Cities, and I know that the 3 of us went through various workshops on this. And as it was brought up by some of the speakers earlier, this is a very divisive, very polarized subject that will rip a community apart. And we've had this go through our community. The year that you and I ran, there was a topic that was dividing our community. I don't want to see this community go through something like that again. Don't mind talking about it, but we need some kind of direction or guidance. And I realize there's no formal action, Dave, I get that. But we just spent 2 hours on this. Am I looking for these 2 potential applicants to be back before us again? What is their actions from here? We need to provide some kind of guidance of where we're going if we want to further have conversation on this, or is our current ordinance that was adopted in 2017 right where we're going to stop, because it already conforms to all the state laws. We're not violating anybody's rights to access. This gets back to what the League of California Cities said. This is all about local control, and we've talked about it for the last year. Going through COVID, we fought the governor tooth and nail with things, and we talked about, the Department of Health and how much we can trust them or can't trust them. We've been in this environment for so long, and it's time for, if we're going to have the discussion, let's not rip the community apart. Let's have some clear direction coming out of here. Are we going to continue on at a later date, or are we just going to stand put? That's the direction I'm looking for. And our public deserves that. So does the applicants.
And that's why we put it forward today. Council.
I suppose I would ask, what would you prefer?
Myself, out of everything that I've heard tonight, my meeting with Perfect Union, what was talked at the League of California Cities, they actually said this is local control item. They actually went so far as talking about divisiveness of the city and for the councils not to step out off that ledge when it's not just about knowing how the state voted, but about how your municipality voted in 16, which we followed the state regulations, which we in Yuba City alone was 54 to 46 against. This needs to be left at the reasonable to the voters. And that was coming from the league. Councilman Kirchner and myself was in the same seminar the last day. And these are cities that have this and have gone through this. And the exact words, it was at Belmont, or it was a Southern California city. It started with a B. It wasn't Bell, but anyway, he absolutely said from the league, he said, do not, even though you have the authority, step off that ledge because it will hurt your city. If the true nature of our community has changed, let the voters decide and let it go that route. They also said that, do not do ordinances before you have the tax mechanisms decided and in place as well. Am I correct, Councilmember Kirchner? So, I've done my homework, and this is a highly volatile subject, and I'm here with an open mind. I just want to know where we're going. If we're going to do something, let's get that direction. If we're not, then the council prior to us spoke. So are we asking where I would be?
Yeah. I think we know.
Leave it alone or send it to the voters. That's it.
So nothing or voters?
That's it.
All right. I will say that I'm in a position where I have listened to everybody's comment today on both sides. I have received multiple emails, most of which were in favor, not by a large margin. However, I need more time to digest this personally. I am not going to make a rash decision to say yay or nay tonight because it is a big contentious issue. It's an inflammatory topic. It does have a lot of variables at work and differing perspectives to consider. I do tend to take a more pragmatic approach to the entire thing. But for tonight, I think I will comfortably say that I need more time to digest all the information, talk to a few more people, do some more research, and then we can come back, circle back with staff to more than likely bring it back for more official action.
Through the mayor, I know, I'm pointing at Wade, pointing at Dave. Were you going to say something, Dave? No.
Go ahead,
I don't know if Dave, Wade, did you want to add something?
Either one.
Yeah, through the mayor. Wow, there's a lot of stuff there. To the vice mayor's point, during the workshops, right out of the starting gate, the first thing they said was, look at how your community voted in 16 on Prop 64. I mean, that was the first thing out of his mouth. And I got on my phone right then. And I think a lot of people in that room got on their phone right then. So, but also to Councilman Harris's point, I'm not ready to make a decision tonight. I do need some more information, and not to dump this back on staff, but I think that'd probably be the proper choice at this moment.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate you having the foresight, the direction to really bring in topics that are just not always the comfortable ones. You do a really good job in helping us navigate through all that. So I want to thank you for that. And this topic is not an easy topic. I mean, 2016, when the vote was available to people, people fought it all the way through, and yes, Sutter County is a different vote than the rest of the state of California. No argument there. It's pretty clear. The thing is that, I've heard, and I appreciate all of you who've shown up. I appreciate all the people that have emailed. I appreciate all the people that have texted me. I appreciate all the people that have called me. I appreciate all the people that have asked to meet with me. And for most part, in my conversation, I think I've spoken to personally and listened to most of all of you tonight, without, sometimes there's distractions, but overwhelmingly, I've heard from a lot of community here, speaking to them one-on-one without a formal poll or a formal vote, and the majority are saying, why not? That's what they're saying to me. Why not, Grace? And I asked them, you tell me why not. I want to hear why you think not. And I'm going to do a little bit of something that I normally don't do, but I think it's maybe helpful because some of you have shared a lot of your background, your work, your experience. So, I have a master's in social work. And in that master's, I take an oath to provide service to help people. And when I decided to make a career change back in 1994, I purposely wanted to go work with kids that were in problems with drugs, gangs, the most difficult children. I went to go work for Yuba City High. I ran their drug prevention programs. I established some awesome programs with a lot of great people. I've been working in education. I worked in education for 20, almost 30 years. I have recognition of awards of work helping thousands of people, children, adults. So drug addiction is a complicated issue. But one thing is for certain, the black market is very effective in what they do to create addiction. So if we ignore the fact that this is not happening in this community, because when I first started working on gang issues back in '95, you know how many people told me there aren't gangs in Yuba City? And how challenging that was back in '95. So the illicit black market is killing our kids right now and adults. Marijuana is being laced with fentanyl and other types of drugs. How many of you understand that is already happening? And for me, for a regulated, approved by the state voters at large, not in Sutter County, I think we need to study this more. I think we need to figure it out. And I support the idea, let's work through this and bring it back.
So this is a very, and to use Pastor Fischetti's comments, a person I ultimately respect very highly, it is divisive. It's a very divisive subject, and I will share that the emails that I got from constituents, again, narrowly, but were pro. So to hear an audience of mostly con this morning certainly helps balance where I think the community is, and further illustrates the fact that no matter which way this decision goes, and one of the gentlemen that spoke said you're not going to make everybody happy. And that's unfortunately what we signed up for. And I know Councilwoman McKenzie and the rest of us have lived through some of those decisions. They're not going to be easy. As I have taken a look at this issue, certainly we could have not brought this forward and just continued. But we had a priority, or a council priority, of being business friendly. And I'm not saying that I condone the business or don't condone the business, or do condone the business, but this is a couple of business people, not unlike a lot of other businesses. Yes, I can understand that people have some moral and ethical reasons to think this is different, and I respect those. But this is a business that legitimately has come to the city and is interested in doing business here and is making a business case for us to consider whether or not we should consider allowing this type of business. So I categorize this a little differently than the business plans, because the research I've done, and I heard it a little different than the League of Cities than my fellow councilman, but that doesn't really matter. But what I heard was, through the research is there's a cultivation aspect of this business, which is completely different than storefront retail or dispensing. And that cultivation business, as the gentleman presented, super highly regulated, super highly secure, makes a lot of jobs, pays a good living. That interests me. I don't know why I wouldn't be interested in that. The folks from Perfect Union talk about storefront retail and what that brings to the community. I'll be honest, years ago, I probably, as a firefighter and somebody who responded, I probably would go, man, I don't know if I want to add any more drugs and alcohol and marijuana or whatever into the system, because I had to take care of those people. But then I hear the statistics that let me believe that 60% plus of the stuff that's being sold in Marysville is already in Yuba City. I don't know what the numbers are. I've been told they're higher than that. It's coming in from Calusa. So to ignore the fact that this is already in our community, so then what do? Do we help to regulate that? Do we find a way to get into that so that we can take that revenue? And to the highly regarded Sheriff Barnes, in my opinion's comments, if we're going to do something like this, can we specifically earmark those funds so that we can attack those issues and use whatever that revenue is, stop the environmental pollution, stop the illegal growing, stop all this other stuff that goes on with this illegal stuff, take whatever revenue is from here and attack some of the problems that we have in regards to a problem within our community that currently exists. So for me, moving forward, I think that my goal at this particular point in time is to not give clear direction to staff, but to give feedback is I'm interested in looking at what a cultivation ordinance would look like. I'd like to see what that looks like. What controls can we put in place? We don't need to levy a sales tax. We can do a business development agreement, if I remember correctly. That's not a sales tax issue. The sales tax is going to exist no matter what. As far as storefront retail, I want a little bit more information. The presentation's given me quite a bit, but there are some questions based on the presentation that I would like to ask staff to pursue, and I intend to do that through the city manager's office, pure and simple. And my suggestion would be, let us figure out those questions, let them propose that to the city manager. City manager will use his office and his staff, and let's come back and we'll move this item down the road to another meeting where, as I mentioned at the beginning, this is a process. There is a lot of process left here. I don't want anybody to leave the room thinking, they're for it or they're against it, because clearly I didn't hear that tonight. I hear we're in the fact-finding mode and we have interest. When we've heard from the public, tonight has been resoundingly no. I get it. But there's also some folks out there that feel differently. And at this particular point in time, I think if you're asking for feedback, that's Mark Boomgarden's feedback. No more powerful than anybody else on the council, but that's the feedback that I would give you, Mr. City Managers. I'm interested in a cultivation ordinance to take a look at that and what that would look like. Again, I've got some storefront retail. I've got the book from the League of Cities that clearly maps out a lot of that stuff, but I still have that was last week. I haven't had a chance to really go through all of it as well. So I have a few questions still.
Okay. And through the mayor. Mr. Mayor, if I can just say thank you. The last 5 minutes has been really what I was trying to get to with where we go, because I was not comfortable just going presentations over, feedback's done, and that was it. So thank you for taking the extra 5 minutes, and this will be coming back before us in some kind of time frame, and whatever that is, once we get the questions answered and we can figure it out. So thank you.
We've been sitting up here for a while, so we need to take about a 5-minute break. Again, thank you for your attendance tonight and your participation, and there will be more meetings. All right, we're going to, with the council's approval, and we'll continue here. Item number 17, the rescission of the Lincoln East specific plan. This will include a public
Nope, 16.
I can go to 17 if I want.
Mr. Martin has already been here a while. He doesn't really want to stay any longer.
No. No more cannabis tonight. Number 16, amended Regional Waste Management Authority Joint Powers Agreement, Regional Agency Formation Agreement, and there is no public hearing with this item, but we will be presented to by Mr. Dave Vaughn, City Manager.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, happy 9:30 on a Tuesday evening. With us this evening are Keith Martin, the Executive Director for the RWMA, and tonight I'm going to do the best job I can to present to you a change and an amendment for the current RWMA agreement that's in front of you for consideration. At the October 15, 2020 meeting, the Regional Waste Management Authority Board of Directors, the recommendations of the RWMA organizational study that was prepared and presented by HF&H, Hilton, Farncoff, and Hobson Consultants, were conceptually approved as proposed, and the RWMA staff was directed to initiate the implementation process. In really short order, this bill and this redirection of organizations to deal with the SB 1383 short-lived climate pollutants organics waste reduction bill, which goes into effect January 1st, 2022, and lives for a very, very long time, as Keith will attest to. It's a very long process where we're going to be dealing with multiple programs throughout the jurisdictions to deal with multiple issues. Also, it anticipates organizational changes in the RWMA staffing, as well as all of the programs necessary to generate a clear understanding and belief in consistent regional-wide application of ordinances, programs, and services, which we've enjoyed in the past, as well as generator requirements, inspections, waivers, and levying of fines. Think of this as like AB 939 on steroids. So this is really taking it to the next level. The next step to the implementation process was to begin drafting the amended RWMA Joint Powers Agreement and the Regional Formation Agreement for review and consideration by the member jurisdictions administrators, second by the RWMA directors, and then finally by each of the policy bodies of the member jurisdictions after 1383 regulations were concluded. The SB 1383 regulations were finalized in late 2020. This agreement has been reviewed both by the both the RWMA agreement and the amended Regional Waste Formation Agreement have been reviewed and approved by the City Attorney. Adoption of the proposed recommended agreements will provide the development and implementation of the programs on a regional basis, which is assumed to be most cost-effective than done by each jurisdiction individually. The RWMA is primarily funded by surcharges on residential, commercial, and debris box refuse collection services. An alternative, do not adopt the proposed amended agreements and undertake the programs and activities that would otherwise be delegated to the RWMA. Staff's recommendation, adopt a resolution approving the proposed Regional Waste Management Authority Fourth Amendment and reinstated Joint Powers Agreement and Regional Waste Management Authority amended Regional Agency Formation Agreement. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions of Mr. Vaughn? Okay, hearing none. Public comment? Seeing none. Online?
No public comment.
All right, bring it back to council for action.
Through the mayor?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to make a motion to adopt a resolution approving the proposed Regional Waste Management Authority Fourth Amended and Reinstated Joint Powers Agreement and Regional Waste Management Authority Amended Regional Agency Formation Agreement.
Second, as long as you meant restated, not reinstated.
What did I say?
Reinstated.
Reinstated. I'm sorry.
Restated.
Reinstated Joint Powers Agreement.
We understand you. You're good.
All right, I have a motion by Councilperson Kirchner, got it right this time, and Vice Mayor Shaw. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, item 16 passes unanimously. Now we can move to item 17, rescission of the Lincoln East specific plan.
All right, so back at it here. I know it's late in the evening, and I have somewhat of a lengthy presentation because it is a pretty big item in front of you, but I'm going to try to power through it. But absolutely, hit me up with the questions, or what if I didn't go into detail enough. So, what you have before you is discussion regarding rescinding the Lincoln East specific plan. The Lincoln East specific plan is the southwest corner of the sphere of influence, just adjacent to the southwest boundary of the city. It's bounded by Franklin Road on the north, South George Washington on the west, and then you have Bogue Road on the south, and then generally bounded by Sanborn Road on the east. It's there in the shaded area back over here. So a quick little timeline. 2004, we adopted our general plan. The city was growing like crazy. 2005, we did the growth policies to put a stop measure, a check on growth to make sure that growth was adhering to that new general plan requirements, and implementing impact fees. And then with that time, the city entered into a contract with RRM Design Group for the preparation of the Lincoln East Pacific Plan. So this was private development driven to, as part of our 12 growth policies, new development had to have a specific plan. And then, and so the private development entered into this agreement to start the process to do that. The Great Recession happened, and in 2008, RRM Design pulled out due to the impacts of that recession. And so that left the city with the decision in 2008 as to proceed forward with this half-done plan or to stop. And so the thought at that time, for a person that wasn't right in the middle of the mix, was that, hey, let's be ready for growth when it comes back. There's growth pressure in this area. And so when we get through the recession, we'd be up and ready. And so the city spent $1 million+ finalizing that and then ultimately adopting the Lincoln East Pacific Plan in 2010. So fast forward, May 21, we're looking at the 12 growth policies. All of a sudden, a decade's gone past, 15+ years, and we've found that this stuff's out of date and we're slow on growth. And then you specifically look at the Lincoln East Pacific Plan. Now we've had a plan that's in place for 11 going on 12 years, and we've not had one development occur in that. And so when we look into this and we try to process developments, it's really, it's become a hindrance, and it was developed in a vacuum. It was developed with a different time. And so it's really some of those mitigation measures and some of those assumptions that were made at that time just don't relate to where it is now. And so, and that's why staff feels that there really hasn't seen this shovel-ready plan to have growth happen hasn't happened. So on the left, you'll see the general plan. That was what was adopted in 2005. After they got into the weeds and the layout and how to move things around with the roads and how to fit all of the, the land use types that were desired at that time, here's what's ultimately adopted through the Lincoln East Pacific Plan and the pre-annexation zoning. So this is the zoning and the general plan use. So I should say this is the general plan use that is in place right now. So as we talked, it was 1,160 acres. It was to provide specific design guidelines, including roads, utilities, infrastructure, and there was a complete EIR that was done and a finance plan with the project. So since adoptions, no land has been developed. Challenging implementation provisions, development agreements, finance plans, outdated mitigation measures, infrastructure planning, they've all come together that makes it really difficult. These are the specific changes. Just when people ask, what happens when this goes away? When we rescind it, the key thing that I want to call out is the land use. This is in the sphere of influence, and we've adopted that through our general plan and the zoning through our ordinances. So that remains. What's going away is the document, and the traffic studies still remain. The proposed road sections, they're called out in the plan, and we've used that information when we've developed Bogue Stewart Master Plan and some of the North Harder stuff. Now we don't have to necessarily hold it to that 2010 standard. We could tweak it a little bit more to our current standard if the bike paths are a little wider, et cetera. And so these are the specific bullet points: no DA requirement, the biological and ag mitigations change, reduce affordable housing requirements, matching citywide requirements. It eliminates utility conflicts with our new master plans. There's no complicated development phasing conflicts, no financing plan requirements. It just comes back to like a city project that if somebody came forward with land in the city limits and it's zoned and general planned use, we would consider it and bring it through the zoning process based on the project instead of having a specific plan that treats it separately. The proposed rescission will facilitate planned development within the sphere of influence. It allows for individual annexation, which you see a lot with the small parcels in Yuba City, without difficult restraints. Pre-annexation zoning and other items considered stay. And here's some of the items that stay the same: the land use, the zoning, city standards. Again, I don't want to harp on that, but the roads, parks, general plan requirements, those still stay in place. Environmental, this is one of the big items. And I'm going to say this, that with the EIR, with rescission of the plan, when a new development comes through, so when a new subdivision proposes, now they will have to they can't piggyback off the EIR and be done with their environmental. One of the negatives with this is that instead of adhering to a 2009 environmental impact analysis that was already done, each project will have to come through and be analyzed most likely under a mitigated neg deck CEQA review. But that information is still there in the background, the studies, the biological assessments, the traffic studies, that information remains, and it helps staff when they do the review for the current CEQA review when those projects come through. So with that, so the Planning Commission considered this at their last meeting, and there was a consensus 7-0 to rescind the plan. And so with that, staff recommends to conduct a public hearing and introduce an ordinance rescinding Ordinance 0610, rescinding the Lincoln East Pacific Plan.
Any questions of Mr. Moody before I open up the public hearing? Okay. Public hearing regarding the rescission of the Lincoln East Pacific Plan is now open. If there are any members of the public who would like to address the council on this issue, please provide your statement via public comment and state your name and address for the record. And I do have a speaker card from Heather Esmond.
And then there was one, right? So, whoops. Good evening. It's been a long evening. I'll try not to make this too long. So, I have 3 points. One, I attended the planning conference, planning commission meeting, and it was discussed, and I wanted to make sure that I emphasize that in this meeting as well, that this plan promises the community, and I'm basically right just, I guess, east of, on Lincoln Road, in the middle there. So this impacts me greatly. It promises 82 acres of green spaces, parks, and recreation. So if you decide to rescind that today, please remember that was the promise. Don't forget it. See if you can't make sure that that somehow gets implemented. Because if you remember, or if I don't know if where you all live, but on the west side of 99 between Regency Park and Happy Park, there's one park that is Holly Tree. That's it. That's all you gave us. So this would have given us an opportunity to have more parks in the area as well. We'll see what happens, whether or not that's implemented. But while I was researching this, as well as potential grants for the community because of my hopefully new position next week, we'll see. I did see something that needs to be addressed by the city. Evidently, per the California, I guess it's land protected area database, and I believe it's also a federal database that they utilize. It shows that there's actually a park where the school is supposed to be, AK school, the one on Walton. There's a corner there that's listed as a park. Now, if I wanted to get grant monies in order to try to put in a mini, one of those little mini parks with playgrounds and things like that, or anything that might help in this area, they're going to look at that and say, oh, well, that's a park, because it says it's a park in the database. So one of the things that would make you qualify for one of the grants that's running out on the 8th, and I don't know if we have anybody in the community that's going to try for this grant, but anyways, if I had put that right on that spot and it shows that there's a park there, then you may not qualify. And so that needs to be addressed, and I'll leave this with the city so that you can look to see, because that's either, it was a park. I do know that because I talked to somebody who lived in that area, and then they built the school and sort of took over the park, right? So, but it's still marked in here as a park and not as a school. And one more thing, during the Planning Commission meeting, Mr. Moody mentioned at the end of the Planning Commission meeting that there's actually some development that's being discussed on Sanborn, on the east side of Sanborn and Bogue, and it was something ranch. I can't remember the name of it. So there is some interest in that section, but it wasn't, he didn't disclose what any more particulars. Maybe they don't have more particulars, but it would have included that blue area, which I believe is supposed to be a school. So I'll leave this with Mr. Vaughn.
Thank you, Heather. Anybody in the audience wish to comment?
Rare there, and they're zoned ag. Are they grandfathered in, or do I lose my ag?
So this is a pretty common question. And so what you're seeing is a plan going away. You remain in the sphere of influence. And so the city's jurisdiction only applies to you when you're annexed into the city. And so should you be annexed at some point in this time when should you vote to come into the city or enough residents vote that block of area to come in, you would fall under the city's jurisdiction. But many of our land use rules and our zoning codes match Sutter County. So there's no requirement so nothing before you tonight is related to annexation. And then on top of that, should annexation happen in the future, since you're already in the sphere of influence, you would fall under city standard law, ordinances, and there's no requirement to build sidewalks or hook to water or sewer. That's really at your option. You would just be a property in the city limits should that happen.
But when I'm in the city limits, would I lose my ag zoning on my two lots?
It'd be what the pre-zoning is, and so we'd really have to look at that. So I'm curious if you're really ag, I guess,
Yeah,
and I'd be happy to look at it on 1 acre.
I have two very rare lots there.
Yeah, and so I'd have to check, and I'd be happy to do that with you. And it's probably already pre-annexed zoned to something, and so I could check that with you.
I appreciate that.
But again, the trigger would be when it's annexed to the city, and the attorney is great at land use.
Thank you. As a general rule, when you're annexed into the city, you are grandfathered in as long as what you were originally doing was legally put into place in the first place.
That's what I was.
So if you were illegally built in the county and you come in, you don't get a get out of jail free card. If you were legally built in the county and come in, you, as a general rule, can continue operations probably far past your lifetime. It's usually, 20, 40, 60 years or something like that. But at some point, if you want to develop the property, then the pre-zoning and the general plan and everything else, you have to do it consistent with how the land is planned. That's the general rule.
Okay.
So when development, when you want to develop it, if you stay the same, you keep farming your walnuts or whatever that crop might be. It might be cultivation here sooner or later, you never know. But in the county.
You can have animals on my acre lot, so like horses.
Yes, there's.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else?
My name is Rebecca Singh, and I live on Lincoln Road, 2545 Lincoln Road. And I was looking at kind of this from the specific plan from before, and then this Lincoln East, and there have been a lot of changes, a lot of traffic. It's just, I've been there, like I say, 55 years and grown up right there. But I would strongly suggest consideration when you look at, they've had different traffic studies even on Lincoln Road. and they put them past a couple houses where now right next door they have a business, and put it right next door into our homes that we've been there forever. And I'm thinking, well, wait a minute, you know, you have the traffic count is past that house, and everybody just comes there, goes back to Yuba City. So I would just strongly suggest that you look at every aspect and everything, because it has been a long time since a lot of these studies have been done. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the audience? Anybody online?
No public comment.
Okay. Hearing no further comment on the issue, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing, bring the matter back to the council. Let me just make a few comments. Working for the city back then, there was the things when this plan was being developed, and as the fire chief, I had a few things to say about it. And I would agree, things in 2008, 2007 are a lot different than they are here in 2021. While I was not any longer with the city when it was approved, I have received several comments from folks concerned about the abandonment of a promise. And I think that as this, if and when these properties begin to develop, there is a certain understanding from folks out there about a park and other things that I would hope that when those annexations or developments occur, that we pay attention to as they move through LAFCO and through other things. But I'm sensitive to that because people did locate out in that area or were part of that process as a public input, and do have some expectations, as Ms. Essman mentioned as well. So, anybody else? All right, council action.
Through the mayor, I move to introduce an ordinance to rescind ordinance 006, or should that be 007, 007 joke, -10, thereby rescinding the city's Lincoln East specific plan. I can't even talk now, and waive the first reading. And in addition to your comments, yes, gentlemen, it's been a long night. In addition to your comments that you made, Mayor, I appreciate that.
Second.
All right, I have a motion by Councilperson Espandola, second by Vice Mayor Shaw. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none. Item 17 passes unanimously. We'll move to item 18, Alternative City Council Use Permit and Development Plan Review Process. Mr. Moody, once again.
I'll just note for the audience on the last item that it's a two-step process, so the ordinance will be coming back for a second reading. With the adoption of ordinance, it takes two readings. And please feel free to reach out if there's any more specific questions. Okay, so Alternative City Council Use Permit Development Plan Review Process. And so council is familiar with this in general. A year and a half ago or so, we brought this item before you regarding an alternative method. And the idea was really to have a tool in the toolbox to help streamline or to bring an item directly to the city council to help with maybe a divisive action, or for whatever reason that it feels that it would help streamline a project or have direct oversight from the city council. And so that item came before the council. It was adopted in March. With that, it was set up with a 365 trial period. Through that process, we did not bring any items forward because part of it is the standard process stays in place. And so it's really just an option. It's an alternative at the council's discretion. And should the council decide to bring an item forward, they have to bring it to the whole group and then vote on it. And there would have to be a majority approval in order for that item to come directly to the city council and not go through the standard process. And so with the 365 days expiring, we're bringing this back, staff's bringing this back before the council, and we've added the development plan to that. And so The thought is in the zoning code, there's also a development plan process that has this tiered system for the size of projects. And so based on the size of project, it's over the counter. If it's so many units, a 25 unit apartment complex, it comes to the planning commission. Then it's over 100 units, it goes to the city council. But on those large projects, the way the code is set up is it comes to the planning commission for a recommendation and then move forward. And so with the streamlining, with alternative method, we're proposing with this one to memorialize it so it doesn't have an expiration date, and then it also has the use permit and the development plan process included. And so with that, I'd be happy to go into the particulars of how that would work or any questions that you'd have. And with that, we're recommending you adopt an ordinance adding this alternative method for the use permit and development plan process. And again, it's a two-part process. And so if it moves forward, it would come back before the city council.
All right. Any questions for Mr. Moody? Did you want to report out on the Planning Commission's recommendation?
Appreciate that. As soon as I finished up, I mean, that is key. And so the Planning Commission, they're set up to review our processes. They're key with the city processes with development to implement the general plan and the city's standards when they look at projects. And they're really that agency that does the work for the city council, that body that does the work for the city council to implement those standards. And so it's a sore subject, to be blunt. There's concern that there might not be an equity issue on one project getting selected versus another project. And that was probably the big one. And just having concerns that by bypassing it, it might not make the best project. Was what was relayed through the Planning Commission. And so with that, there was a lot of comment. I think the big takeaway was really just concerns about the equity of which projects might go versus not. And so with that, there was a vote 5-2 to not recommend adoption of the ordinance.
Thank you for that clarification. Again, back to the council for any comments.
Through the mayor.
Yes, sir.
Ben, I want to talk about the Planning Commission real quick because I did listen to the meeting and you hit on one of the main things that I could tell during the meeting they misunderstood. And you could hear the sentiment across the Planning Commission that the council could just pull up any one of us could pull up an item on a whim. And I think whim was actually used by one of the commissioners that was on there. And what I was encouraged by was a few years ago when we initially talked about things, we would hear the word power when it was around the Planning Commission. And we're not trying to circumvent the process, but we're trying to make sure we're business friendly, as the mayor said. We're open for business. And this is designed for those contentious projects. And we've been in COVID. And we really haven't had a whole lot that came before the council. There was one that almost came before that I would have brought before the community or for the council to see if we were going to bring it up. It follows the same process, but it saves the appellate time for the developer. And that's all it's doing. And I value what the Planning Commission does. And I just think they really didn't understand that we're not trying to circumvent them. We're trying to help our community. And they didn't understand that not a single one of us had that much authority. We still got to count to 3 at the end of the day. And that's the only difference. So I just wanted to bring that up.
Other questions or comments?
Through the mayor, I supported when we initially did this. And gosh, it seems forever. But the way that I mean, I agree with the whole concept of how we continue and make some modifications. I just, I think that we do need to have a sunset date as we did with the last one, not make this a standard ordinance that doesn't, just stays there. That this one has a particular sunset. That's why we're reviewing it again because we set it for a year. And And I asked the question, how many local, and I understand 2020 is an anomaly, the kind of things that have occurred to all of us. How many businesses have approached or taken this, you know, I'm not a person that likes to have extra rules and regulations, but this adds a layer. But I think that I would like to see a sunset date. I don't think there's a date, a sunset established with this particular ordinance.
There is not, right?
I'm sorry, say
There is not this one
No.
would formalize it until such time as the council wanted to rescind it, which
Then we would have
affect
to
the same.
rescind, yes.
Correct.
So, I mean, that's my friendly amendment to adding to the ordinance is have a sunset date, and take a look at it again. I do agree with part of the reasoning behind the planning commissioners, but, you know, it does take 3 council members to agree, but we just had a lively discussion on a very challenging possible business, and so look at that. So, I mean, I'll support it, but let's put a sunset date, and if you all still support it without me, I totally agree, but I'm just putting it on record that I like a sunset date on there.
Okay. Mr. Kirchner, any comments, questions? All right. Potential action from the council. Oh, any public comment? Hi, Sierra.
No public comment.
Thank you. All right.
Through the mayor, before you take action, Mr. Moody and I did chat about visiting back with the planning commissioners to walk them through the detail of maybe something that they did miss. And so I will be attending the next planning commission meeting to help assist with whatever direction you take, but we will be providing additional information.
Okay. Thanks, sir. Back to the council.
Through the mayor.
Yes, sir.
I move to introduce an ordinance to amend the Yuba City Municipal Code to allow for direct city council review of use permits, as well as to add direct review of development plans by amending sections 8.5.7001 and 8-5.7003 of Article 70, Chapter 5 of Title 8, and Section 8-5.7101 of Article 71 of Chapter 5 of Title 8 of the Yuba City Municipal Code and waive the first reading.
Second.
All right, I have a motion by Vice Mayor Shaw, second by Councilperson Kirchner. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Okay, one opposed, 4-1. Item 18 passes. Thank you. Item 19, electronic and paperless filing of Fair Political Practices Commission disclosure statements presented by Sarah Wakefield, our city clerk administrator.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Today, I am here to present to you some information which you've heard before, so I will keep it brief, regarding electronic filing of our FPPC paperwork. As you know, elected officials and many employees are required to file disclosure statements on an annual, biannual basis, and also when their positions change or when they leave office. Some of those forms that you're familiar with, Form 700, Form 460, Form 470, and so on. Currently, the city clerk's office manages all of the filings, and more than 100 Form 700s alone, and they all come in paper, so it's a lot of fun. So this ordinance that we're proposing to adopt tonight will allow us to transition all of our filing to electronic filing, which will help with efficiency both on the staff side, but also for the folks that have to submit those paperwork or that paperwork on a regular basis. So Government Code Section 84615 allows government agencies to require the electronic filing. We have identified a company called NetFile, that is the preferred solution for electronic filing for many, 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 many agencies throughout the state. And so based on our research and based on our desire to be most efficient, we are recommending that the council adopt an ordinance which would basically modify our current municipal code to allow for the electronic filing of our FPPC documents. Any questions?
Questions from the council? None? Questions from the public? Nothing? Online?
No public comment.
All right, bring it back to the council for action, please.
Through the mayor,
Yes, sir.
I'd like to make a motion to adopt an ordinance of the city council of the city of Yuba City, adding chapter 13, disclosure statement filings and retention, to title 2 of the Yuba City Municipal Code to allow for paperless electronic filing and availability of statements for public review and record retention, and waive the second reading.
Second.
I have a motion by Councilperson Kirchner, second by Councilperson Espindola. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, item 19 passes unanimously. Youth Commission Ordinance Update presented by Dave Vaughn. Item number 20, please.
Mayor, member council, before you tonight is a Youth Commission Ordinance Update. As you recall, Youth Commission acts as an advisory capacity of the City Council, City Manager, and the Community Services Director in all matters pertaining to youth and all general matters concerning issues affecting youth in the City of Yuba City. Municipal Code 2-11 currently defines the Youth Commission as 9 members with 1 alternate. It is a recommendation in order to increase the flexibility of the City Council to allow additional youth to participate. Staff recommends amending the Municipal Code to allow for up to 3 alternates. Adopt an ordinance of the City of Yuba City, City Council, City of Yuba City, updating the Yuba City Municipal Code to allow for up to 3 alternate members for the Youth Commission by amending sections 2-11.01, 2-11.02 of Chapter 11 of Title II of the Yuba City Municipal Code and waive the second reading.
Questions of Mr. Vaughn? Seeing none. Public comment? Seeing none in the room. Online?
No public comment.
Okay. Bring it back to the council for action, please.
Through the mayor, move to approve.
All right, I have a motion to approve by Vice Mayor Shaw, second by Councilperson Harris. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, item 20 passes unanimously. Moving on to item 21.
Through the mayor,
Yes.
just a point of clarification that the ordinance was read the ordinance title was read by the city manager for the benefit of the city council. Thank you.
Thank you. Item 2.1, public hearing. Number 2, to receive input from the community regarding a district-based election system for city council.
Mayor, members of council, and public at large. Yuba City is introducing introduction districting. This is public hearing number 2. This is a presentation that you have already seen, but the districting process and the agenda item or the schedule has been updated. As you recall, we had public hearing number 1 on September 21st, 2021. California released its data through the census on September 20th, 21, and tonight we are conducting public hearing number 2. Held prior to the release of the draft of maps to educate, solicit input from neighborhoods and communities of interest. So we are moving into that next phase. The next hearing that we will have will involve maps and those items. So that's what we wanted to get in front of you tonight. Second hearing to hear back from public. Public will submit draft maps on October 26th, 2 weeks after the final draft hearing, and 2 weeks prior to the final draft posting. So public hearing number 3 is scheduled for November 2nd and will be held after the release of the draft maps. And then we'll head into public hearing number 4. These dates are subject to change because that is on December 7th. And as we recognize, that's a meeting that we will probably not hold a public hearing, but we will hold a special meeting immediately following that to conduct the public hearing number 4, as well as continue with public hearing number 5 sometime in December as late as early January. So redistricting rules and goals, again, these are the things that we've talked about, the federal laws, California criteria, and cities, as well as other traditional redistricting principles. Defining your neighborhoods, questions that we're asking from the community, what is in your neighborhood? What are the geographic boundaries as they start to solicit and look for information to provide us feedback? And at this point here, staff would recommend opening up a public hearing for public hearing number 2.
Any questions of Mr. Vaughn before I open the public hearing?
Through the mayor, I do have, can you roll back to that calendar real quick? I asked this last time and it still hasn't been updated, and I need to make sure. That should be December 14th, not 16th.
I don't have my calendar in front of me, but the dates are going to move, Vice Mayor, just based on the fact that December 7th is going to move.
Okay, I just want to make sure because as I noted last time, my wife will kill me and I will be 6 feet under. That is my anniversary on the 16th. So.
Staff cannot recognize that comment, and so we look for
I will ask for a point of
we ask
personal
for further
privilege.
direction.
Anyway, thank you.
The 2 law enforcement officers took note, though. That's
It's not. It's supposed to be on a Tuesday. This is the city attorney and the city manager trying to work with the third party's PowerPoint in order to get it prepared for tonight. So that's I'll share 100% of the responsibility for the wrong date. That would be the mayor. Oh, that'll be you at that time. So okay.
Thank God. All right. Public hearing number 2 regarding a district-based election system for city council is now open. If there are any members of the public who would like to address the council on this issue, please provide your statement via public comment and state your name and address for the record. Nothing? Okay. Online?
No public comment.
Very interesting that nobody seems to be very interested in this. All right, we'll bring this back to the, close the public hearing, bring this back to the council for action. Or, that was it, yep. All right, future agenda items. Anything for the city manager? At this time, nothing at this time, all right. Any items or comments relating to agenda items that may have come in during the meeting, Sierra?
No public comment.
Okay. Reports and communications. First up this evening is Councilmember Harris.
Make it really quick in the interest of time. Attended League of California Cities Conference. In addition to general session, and spent some time in the race as a public health crisis breakout session along with the cannabis information session. Picked up some information on both of those, and I was happy to have gone. SACOG, the strategic planning meeting, we are discussing revisiting or maybe retooling the Metropolitan Transportation Plan or Sustainable Community Strategy. That is still in the works. And Yuba City Arts, we had a run-of-the-mill board meeting, but we also had a film festival, first annual in the community film festival. We had 26 entries with 15 filmmakers, and it was a very successful event, and we are already planning for next year. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, sir. Councilmember Espindola.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'd like to recognize Councilmember Harris for his film award and People's Choice. Congratulations for doing that, and thank you for sharing the video. And so mine is short and sweet as well. Attended Feather River Air Quality Management District. There's quite of activity happening in the air quality space. And that's all I got.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Kirchner is next.
Thank you, Mayor. No commission's reports to report. Attended the 3-day event in Sacramento, League of Cities. Had a great time with my fellow council people, team building, went to some great sessions. The last day, which attended a meeting with the vice mayor, hosted by the state controller And the takeaway from that was that she said, and I quote, the labor shortage is not because people are staying at home because they can make more money. She felt that people had more pride than that. It was because they were retooling, I think. And so agree to disagree. And then I attended the film, was it film? Thank you, film, I'm tired. Film festival, great job, Councilman Harris, and that's it.
All righty, Vice Mayor Shaw.
Keeping it short as well, I attended the League of California Cities, attended workshops on mayors and councils, cannabis, working together as a council, attended Betty Yee, which was actually Governor Newsom in a different form, listening to the theory on unemployment. Great conference. The other thing I got to do, and thank you, Mr. Mayor, for letting me go and on your behalf, was I did the ribbon cutting for a new business, Gamma Virtual Reality, which is at the corner of Walton and Franklin, right behind the pharmacy there. Great 3D virtual thing. I had called Councilman Harris. He took off and went down there. Go check them out. They're planning on joining the chamber. It was really, really interesting. I do recommend having them run the program called The Plank, and let me know how you do. So, but that's it that I have. Oh, one other thing is I was notified by Mr. Martin today that our next transit meeting, we have some more opportunities for funding for the new transit facility coming up. So we're going to have some new grant opportunities coming before us. So, and that's it, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I would like to thank the Vice Mayor. Due to a conflict, he stepped in and voted on our behalf on the resolutions from the League of California Cities. The other thing is, as he mentioned, thanks for attending the ribbon cutting. The League of California Cities I found to be a little less lustrous than ones I've attended in the past over quite a few years, but that may have been COVID related. I'm hoping that in the future it's a little bit more. There are more offerings. The stuff that I attended, I found to be valuable. Last night, I attended a good portion of the Mayor's Leadership Institute. We had 8 individuals that showed up. Some were unable to attend. A very good discussion about the city manager's office, the human resources operation, and the finance operation. Good feedback this morning. I was with a couple of attendees this morning, and they were very appreciative and felt that it was definitely worth their time. So we'll keep that going. I think the next one is Thursday evening with the Public Works. So again, a good outreach piece for this city to allow folks behind the curtain. And I will give one piece of advice to my fellow council people, if you want it. Don't go to the dentist and don't get the flu shot on the same day. It's not a good mix. Bad planning. Anyway, go ahead and close the meeting.
Do you want to recognize our finance department, that award that they?
About if we do that formally when they're in here to get it.
There you go. All right.
I'm actually going to bring that forward to council meeting.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Meeting closed.